Yo, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Klaus in the house, man. I don't know where OG is, but
I'm right here, dude. You got really bad echo.
yeah.
If there's people out in the audience, I kind of messed up and accidentally made 2 streams, but this is the right stream. Hopefully everybody finds it. Let me there's Guillermo.
Oh God, this is the night.
What's up, man? We got to do it, bro. We got to do it because it's just time, man. And since you're going and I'm going on vacation, how do I find the YouTube link to this?
Can y'all hear me better now? Less echo, or what's up?
Yeah, you sound good, close.
Now you sound better. What's the YouTube link to this one? Man,
didn't you post it in the Discord? Here, let me grab it.
Yeah, grab the YouTube link and pop it into Discord.
I got it.
Into Telegram.
It's the second one. It's the first one, sorry. The one with the actual pictures and all that, right?
It's already on my Telegram, by the way.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure you gave him the right link because I accidentally made
Oh shit.
Now that was just a distraction stream for the feds, so they can be like, "Yo, this nigga's streaming again," but I don't see no niggas talking, bro.
How do I tell which one's the right one?
It's the one with the paintings of the like Mestizos coming out of WigNatism.
And there's like the Rancho guys in the background.
No, there's like paintings. I don't know who those guys are. Apologies.
It should have a painting of el Inca Garcilaso and la boda de Loyola y la princesa Inca.
Yeah, I think we're live, guys.
Yeah, no, we're live.
Yeah, pretty much. And yo, let me just shout out the because remember, guys, we're on Apple, Google, Spotify, podcasts, everywhere you go, everywhere you listen to a podcast, we're there, bro. Look up El Momento Hispano. We got so many good episodes. We got so many talks with people like Cristina, Sydney A, and of course, most recently, E. Michael Jones.
Go ahead.
So yeah. So it's pretty dope, guys. So you can't give me no excuses like, yo, OG, these streams are too long. I can't listen to it. You know, commuting. I don't have YouTube Premium. I don't have all that. I don't have data. Lies, bro. You can just download that internet connection, internet device. That's what's up. Keep it locked on Momento Hispano. Don't change that dial. Back to you, OG.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. It looks like we got like 13 people on the other stream and 6 over here. So hopefully, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to send a message on the other stream and let them know this is the right one to be in. It should erase the other one at some point. It looks like they're slowly coming over here. Hold on, let's see. Yeah. Where are we? Get in here. Okay. Come on. Oh, Billy, you there? I mean, Guillermo. It's Guillermo now.
Yo soy aquí.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of haters are gonna pop in here and kind of give you a hard time, but
it is what it is.
It's kind of time. It's time we do this. So, what's up, everybody? I'm Noel OG del Rancho. Today I got Klaus, el Colombiano, as my co-host. And today we're going to be interviewing Guillermo Escobar Vasquez, who used to go by Billy Cornpop Williams, who is known in some circles. I don't know if you want to call it the dissident right or whatever. But I encountered Billy originally through Twitter, and I thought it was pretty interesting, his whole concept of like the one struggle thing. And we ended up doing an interview together with Zero Schizo and Matthew Heimbach a few months ago. And from what I understood, and Billy, you'll come in here and tell us a full story, of course, but from what I understood, that kind of, I don't know, it seemed to have kind of Hispano-pilled you, and lo and behold, you're actually not a white American, you're actually a Colombian mestizo who kind of grew up whitewashed. And so you kind of fell into, some kind of variant of white nationalism. And now, since you've kind of come out of the closet as being a crypto mestizo, you're getting some slack on it as it seems. So why don't you share with us? You know what? Actually, I got to get into a good habit. Let's hold it right there, you guys. 1 second. Let me pause it right there because we need to pray before we start. And all things that you do, ask the Lord for help, and those things will be blessed. So let's go ahead and do that. Persínense. Oh Señor Jesucristo, único Hijo de Dios, tú dijiste con tus labios puros, sin mí no podrás hacer nada. Oh Señor, en nuestra fe asumimos tus palabras. Me arrodillo ante tu benevolencia. Ayúdame, un pecador, para completar a través de ti este trabajo que voy a embarcar. En el nombre del Padre, el Hijo y el Espíritu Santo. Amén. Okay, and so with that, Guillermo, now we're calling you Guillermo because you're Hispanic. Why don't you dive us in and tell us a little bit of how you got here?
Yeah, so I just want to preface, because there's probably going to be a lot of people here that insist I am still secretly white and I'm just playing you guys. Can we just make it very clear right off the bat that OG Del Rancho has seen me IRL and knows what I look like, and I don't look like a white man?
Yeah, that's true. So, when, a couple of the guys started noticing, Billy kind of post some Hispano-based stuff. And so they're like, what's going on? Like, what's up? Like, is Billy like, and the thing with Billy is that he was always had a different persona on Twitter. So he was like a Chinese girl and like a Peruvian girl. And he's been like, and a black kid, he's been different people. So it's like, is this another one of Billy's fucking, schizophrenic personalities? So we're kind of watching him like, what's going on? And then I guess at some point, you had posted something that was just like obvious. I'm like, okay, I have to hit Billy up and see really what's going on. And so when I was talking about it with the guys, they're like, that fool's like not Hispanic because he doesn't sound Hispanic. Billy sounds white as fuck. It's hard to sound whiter than Billy. Guillermo, I should say. And so, they're like, this fool's a fed. Don't believe him. I'm like, all right, I have to go FaceTime this guy. I have to see his face to see if he's really, Colombian. Cause all of a sudden you came out of left field saying you're Colombian. I'm like, what the fuck? So then, we did that. And, to be honest with you guys, Billy looks more Mexican than most Mexicans. He's very mestizo looking. He's quite, in my opinion, I can see the Andean in him. He has some of the Andean features that kind of give it away, but he looks very much like a Mestizo Colombiano. Though I think you did a DNA test and you're technically by numbers a Castizo, which is
right.
the prized identity for a lot of these pick-me-ish Hispanics out there.
Yes, and we can get into that because I got a whole kind of like build up here, but yeah, that was when things got really weird because I never saw myself that way until I had gotten my DNA test. I just assumed I was just Colombian and didn't really know what to expect for the most part.
Right. So tell us a little bit how you ended up, in white identity, and then how you ended up kind of going back to being Hispanic, which was what you were born. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your life?
Yeah, we can do that. So I went to a series of Catholic schools for the majority of my lifetime growing up, right?
Well, why don't you tell us about your background, like your parents?
Sure.
I mean, not details, but, let us know where you come from and kind of, were you born in the States or were you born in Colombia?
I was born in America,
Okay, gotcha.
in Miami specifically. And essentially my mother, and my father, they both found they had connections in the Midwest, and they decided to make the move from Miami to the Midwest. And I think that played a very big role in like how I eventually turned out. I think had I grown up in Miami, things would have been very different in how I would have always seen myself, for reasons that you guys have gone over in the podcast numerous times. Just the constant wave of immigrants that are just going there. It's hard. It's a lot different than being in a like very prosperous suburban town, for example, where most people are of like Germanic, white ancestry, if you will, like a mix of like German, Irish, Polish. Those were the sorts of people I would see. And then like the other whites that I would see who would be less nominally white would be like, the ethnic Italians and like Irish and Polish people that I had very good relationships with because I was when I was young, I was very, very Catholic, and it was a very big deal for me and for my family. And this changed as we got older, and I think my life actually was getting worse as that change took place, and I became more racialized. So let's see where to even begin. So yeah, going to Catholic schools, things were really not racialized. Like, we knew what our nationalities were, but at the end of the day, Catholicism was a very strong unifier for all of us. And we came from a very diverse background. Like, we had people that were German Catholic, people that were Polish Catholic, people that were Filipino Catholic. And we had church services that would cater to multiple of to a large number of these people, specifically in their language. So people were very ethnically connected to their roots back then. And, yeah, we'd make jokes about each other, every once in a while, and we would, just crack fun, but it was never like a serious racial thing ever. Do you guys get what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course. There was no kind of racial consciousness because you were kind of all under this Catholic umbrella and environment.
Now, here's what's interesting, Rancho. It's that well, I grew up with mostly the same kind of like people throughout early on when I was going to Catholic school. We would sometimes get what we kind of like call like these problem children, right? And let's just be honest here. Most of these kids were like black from the hood.
Yeah.
And it would be a very stark contrast because, if you're hanging out with the same 30 people you've known since kindergarten and you're in middle school, for the most part, everyone's still the same, give or take a few exceptions. And then you throw in a random black kid from the hood into like our little thing that we have going on here. It became like we became way more like conscious of the fact that he is like the other. Even though we had people that were black Catholics at our school, they weren't really viewed as the same. And
they
like,
weren't,
sorry, what'd you say?
I said they weren't from the hood.
Exactly. Yeah, these were much more people that were like more middle class blacks, and yes, they behaved way differently. Now, did they still have like the a variant of the African American accent that you can hear? Of course they did, and we had like some Ethiopians too, but it just wasn't a big deal to us. Like, Catholicism was extremely strong in unifying us. Now, here's the thing. I didn't go to Catholic school my whole life. In fact, after most of my life going there, eventually I made the transition to going to a public school. And this is kind of like where everything bad really started to originate. Where like I was out of this environment and I entered like this new place that felt like, and honestly, I think Joe Biden was the one that kind of coined this term. It felt like a racial jungle. You know what I mean? Like we went from being Catholic and, maybe you'd say that you're Hispanic or something to like everything's racialized, that all the white kids are for the most part hanging out with each other. All the Hispanic kids are like doing their own thing. And then the black kids would do their own thing, obviously, in the cafeteria, but there'd be a lot of crossover, but generally speaking, people became way more racialized, and I noticed they were sticking more to their race. Although I would see white and Hispanics generally, like, I guess, interacting with each other the most, if that makes sense.
Sure.
So there was that. And yeah, what were you saying, Klaus?
Sorry, just a small question. So were these hood, like when you were in Catholic school, you told me that they some like black kids from the hood started coming in. So
Not
were
in
they
large numbers.
Catholic?
No. They were not ever Catholic. In fact, usually what would happen is it'd just be one kid. Usually he wasn't religious at all, or he'd be like nominally Protestant or something like that you'd expect from the black community. So he just completely would not fit in ever. And oftentimes these kids would get expelled right away. It was kind of sad. And it is what it is. I don't have this horrible distaste for black people. It's just like, I get it.
Yeah, I have a second co-host here. We have Angelo El Cubano. Welcome, Angelo.
Hey, what's up? So what Billy was saying about Catholics. I'm from a place in New York, Long Island, which is heavily Catholic. It never votes like Democrat or liberal. And I know what he means about people of different races, because we would have religion. You would go to religion before you went to elementary school. So you would have I guess it was like Catholic kindergarten. And until I got into public school is when like I started to really see like black kids, and as he added, they're not Catholics. They're usually like Protestants, evangelicals, and you know, he put it right. It's a racial jungle like public school.
It really is. But yeah, why don't you keep going a bit for us, Billy?
Yes.
Guillermo. So I mean, how did you end up? I mean, you always knew you were brown, for lack of a better term. You always knew you were Colombian. I understand that you don't speak Spanish that well, so you grew up whitewashed, right? Would you say?
Precisely, yeah. And this was heavily encouraged, not like knowingly, but it was definitely like, there is this thing I think a lot of people don't get, is like the contrast between the average Colombian and the Mexican immigrant is extremely large, in ways that most people just don't understand. Like Mexicans come, you know, you guys have talked about this in detail, where like Mexicans have this advantage where, you know, they share a border with the United States. They come back and forth all the time. And there's just a constant, like, they're the most common Hispanic group you're going to find in most areas of the country. So even
the other aspect in this is class, social class.
Yes,
so,
I was going to go into that too as well.
Because most Mexican immigrants here are from, you know, peasant or working class. Most of the upper class Mexicans kind of stay in Mexico. And in South America, it's kind of the working class kind of stays there. And it's more the upper class people or upper middle class people who leave the countries and end up coming here. So I think there's a saying in Colombia, and my wife's Colombian, for everybody in the audience, is they say the rich Colombians aspire or identify as European. The middle class Colombians aspire, identify as American, and the low class or poor Colombians aspire, identify as Mexican. Right, so it's like
facts.
There's you know, class plays a big role. If you're an upper middle class family, the pressures to assimilate may be higher, and you know, you may not necessarily be as connected to the folklore as your average working class, peasant class Mexican who comes here and is the folklore. You know, the folklore still is very much his daily life.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I came from a very privileged background in Colombia. Like, you know, my mother was college educated, you know, educated in computer programming specifically. You know, she's a very bright woman, always, you know, try to raise me so that I'd be very studious and hardworking. And same with my father. My father comes from a very well-off background as well. And, you know, I'm the kind of person that, like, when I would visit Colombia a lot, like I had connections in the Colombian military. So like I would literally, you know, if we were going on like a road trip or something, like we would always have like an armed bodyguard who was like a member of the Colombian military, like escorting us and things like that. Like that's the kind of sort of like, I guess when you live like that, when you're visiting Colombia, you get a very different perception that's not always, you know, the most accurate.
Right. Sorry about that. Can you repeat the last part? I got a little bit of feedback.
I was going to say, when you come from that sort of like lifestyle as like a pocho that's visiting Colombia back and forth and going from America, like you kind of view things a little bit differently than had you just been like a standard Colombian that, you know, grew up there and wasn't as privileged in that aspect.
Yeah, I feel like you had a very gringo experience. Like even as a literal U.S. citizen, but that's still Colombian. It still feels very much like, yeah, you kind of visited Colombia as a bit of a gringo. You know, I would never have a fucking escoltas del ejército. Like that's just weird to me, my nigga. Like,
it was. And what's crazy is like these people, because they were so aspiring, like they wanted to go to America so bad. I never practiced Spanish all that much because they always wanted to practice English with me. They're like, oh my God, he can speak English. Like, let's talk English with him all the time. And I helped a lot of them, you know, a lot of them speak English now, but it's like, yeah, I didn't learn Spanish because they all wanted to be American. And it was really sad. And now most of them are here.
Yo, same. So basically I went to the US around 2004, you know, because my dad had some work there. That's when I was like 7, 8, whatever. And then when I came back, I live in a very small town in the department of Tolima. Departments are what we call states. And I remember, like, when I came back, they didn't even call me Klaus anymore. They would call me like El Gringo. Ah,
Claro.
¿qué hubo, gringo? Todo bien, right? Because I had kind of become maybe not culturally Americanized, but very much linguistically so. And so they were always like, "Yo, gringo, ayúdame con la tarea del inglés, gringo." Entonces, so yeah, that's still my fucking that's still my nickname back home, gringo.
Yeah, yeah. And I think the other element that you had, and I, you know, Klaus, I had, you know, same experience too. You know, they're always gonna call you a gringo over there, but you know, I bust a lot. I kind of push it back on them. But the other aspect is Guillermo, that you went to the Midwest. You didn't go to Southern California or Texas or Southern Florida or even New York City. You went to a place where you didn't really have Hispanic identity as kind of as a choice, correct?
Say that again. You kind of the computer froze on me in the last 10 seconds. My apologies.
No, no worries. I was saying that you really didn't have you going to the Midwest. It's not like you went to Southern California or Texas or Florida or New York City where you had like a Hispanic population that, you know, talking about like your high school, you know, the Hispanic set or clique wasn't as big in your high school because you're in the Midwest. You're not in a place where you know, it's not a Hispanic corner of the US. There's no enclave there where you can kind of program with that.
Precisely. Yeah. Actually, most of my friends growing up were like Sicilian American. And yeah, I felt like I vibed very well with Sicilians all of my life. I never understood why until I kind of like ran into this sort of thing and it kind of all started clicking, you know?
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's going to be tons of similarities with especially Sicilians. You know, I had a similar experience growing up in LA with you know, with Croats and Serbs and Poles. You know, even though, you know, the Poles looked a lot whiter, some of the Southern Slavs look a little mestizo sometimes, but or Romanians, but you know, they clicked with us, like, because I don't know, is it the Catholicism? You know, even though the Serbs are Orthodox, it's kind of same thing. When you're dealing in a Protestant world, you know what I'm saying? You don't have that luxury to kind of beef on that end. But you know, they didn't feel white, you know, and like I would say, like, you're white, and they're like, no, white is like, you know, somebody who lives in the suburbs and like, you know, has a nice house and stuff. I'm a first generation immigrant here. Like, I feel more at home with a bunch of Mexicans or Hispanics than I do with these white kids, you know, and these were first generation European kids telling us this. So it's interesting how that works. But please continue.
Yes. So I think a big turning point was I went from being very, very pious in Catholicism and always being like the most active participant in any sort of like theological discussion that took place, you know, whether at school, whether in Sunday school, what have you, to kind of becoming an atheist around age 13 to 14. And this is where pretty much I think if I had to pinpoint anything where this sort of shit started, it was definitely here. So when I was an atheist originally, I was like very self-identifying as like left wing, and you know, you take a lot of these ideas and packages. You're a child. You know, you're not looking at every single issue and actually thinking, oh, like, you know, what should I think on this versus this? Like, you kind of just adopt all these views and packages, if you will. And so my atheism, it's interesting. At first, you know, I was more like, I guess, more of a cultural relativist, right? But eventually I started kind of going down more of a route where how do I put it? I kind of became like influenced by like people like Bill Maher, where like in terms of like, I was an atheist, but I like highly started to dislike Muslims for a plethora of different reasons. I'm not sure. There's probably a lot of people that kind of
Yo,
share that.
same.
Yeah, I went down through the same, like, bro, like, no cringe shit. I used to watch like TJ Kirk on YouTube and all that shit.
I did too. I'll admit it now.
Yup, and I'm like, these goddamn Muslims are so anti-progressive. It's disgusting.
Yeah. I remember
So,
TJ would hold on. I remember TJ would eventually start bringing like this really old like Zionist like Jew guy that would just come on the show, and he would do like these streams, and I'd always like play video games and like listen to like streams or like
Same.
documentaries and stuff, and like I would just absorb all of this stuff. And like I remember like, you know, you had this guy TJ, the amazing atheist, who like comes off as like very liberal and sympathetic to like brown people, I guess, for lack of a better term, because that's how he would view them. And then he'd be doing like these show what I think his name was Howard the Humongous or something. I forget. I'd have to Google it. But basically, he'd get on these really, really like weird rants about like the superiority of like Western civilization, like why Iran needs to be destroyed. And mind you, I'm like a teenager that like did not know shit about anything.
What year is this? What year is this?
So I was probably like a freshman or sophomore in high school, and I'm listening to all of this stuff like very hardcore.
2010. I don't know how old you kids are.
I was
around
I
what
was probably
years?
like 10. I was 10 around that time when I was listening to like.
This is
And I'm a
Obama.
little bit older than Angelo.
Yeah.
Is this
and
Obama or Bush?
this is Obama.
Obama. It started
This
with
was
Obama
leading
for
up
sure.
to the Obama election.
Oh, and my everyone I knew like loved Obama. Like that was the
Yeah,
thing.
same.
That's
And,
weird. But Angela, you had shared that you said you went down the atheist path, and that you kind of dabbled with WigNatism as well.
Yeah. Well, all right. Let me explain. So, I didn't spiritually believe in God. Like I didn't believe in the metaphysical, but I was never a militant atheist. But I was almost like, I guess, like an evangelical, like you would say, like let bygones be bygones, let people live.
Cringe.
And so with that, it led me to communism at first, like my atheism. And then when I, because you can read history books all you want about the Soviet Union, but then when you look at the modern day communists, they're a bunch of homosexuals, white people.
Yeah.
And so for me, that became like, I guess it was like disappointing to me. And then so I started transferring into like WigNatism just to be the complete opposite of communism. And atheism is definitely very prevalent in WigNat circles. Well, back then it was. Now it's replaced with paganism and New Age spirituality. WigNatism has evolved. I've seen it arise from classical fascism to where we are now, where you have satanic Nazis and people that believe they're going to magical space with Space Odin, Hyboria. But we can get into that later.
Yeah, several. Just so everybody knows, several years ago, like before the Trump thing ever came along, like the only things you really saw of like WigNatism and sort of like that wasn't straight up like Stormfront stuff and Klansmen, that sort of stuff, like I guess what people would call white nationalism 1.0 stuff is I'd see like neo-reactionary forums and things like that on certain websites. And to be quite honest, these people never impressed me that much. Like there's been one consistent theme throughout my entire life, and it's I've never liked the right wing very much at all. Like I've always been, maybe my social values changed, sure, but like economically, I never saw anything positive that came from like just letting unregulated capitalism just take place, and that's always been a guiding theme of mine.
Hello guys, sorry.
What's up,
Hey,
Carlos?
what's up?
Carlos
Like,
Meno.
Also, the neo-reactionary movement with people like Maizpop, with people like Nick Land, and so on and so on. They're really just like hyper liberalism to a certain extent.
100%.
They feel like
Yeah.
the problem that they have is that they're not aware of. This is going to sound extremely Hispanocentric, but they're not aware of Hispanic public thought, or I'm with that. They're not aware of Hispanic public thought, which means they're not aware of Catholic thought, right? In regards to federative monarchies, decentralized monarchies, and so on and so on. So they feel like they need to go back to Hobbes, and this is basically the problem that this is basically a problem that Carl Schmitt had, right? Because he perceived himself as an anti-liberal, but in the end he just came back to Hobbes instead of going back to Catholic thought. Like I don't agree with the idea that Schmitt was necessarily I think he was a thinker that was a Catholic, but not a Catholic thinker. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And in the case of going back to Hobbes to debunk liberalism is just not worth it, because Hobbes is liberalism, just in the more darker side of liberalism, to put it that way. And
Yo, hold on, before
oh, sorry.
let's not go into the this rabbit hole about NRX right now.
Oh no! I know. I wasn't gonna talk to him about that. You know, we can set that up later. I was just gonna ask if we were doing origin stories type of shit. Like,
I want to focus a little bit on Guillermo first, because
it's all good.
Here's what's going on for the audience and for you guys on the panel. You know, I've been on Telegram a little bit in the last couple of days, and I just seen like a lot of people kind of shit on Guillermo, and I think a lot of it's warranted, again, because he's had so many different personalities on social media, and nobody knows really who the fuck he is until, you know, I kind of had to pin him down and be like, yo, you got to show me who you are, because everyone is saying you're not what you're claiming to be. And
well, to be fair, that was like on my end, that was for completely like OPSEC purposes. I just wanted to keep people guessing constantly, and I mean, it worked.
I understand. Yeah, I mean, I saw you on Twitter, and we would get into it with random people, you know. So, you know, it was always funny to watch, especially when dudes were like trying to flirt with you, thinking that you were.
Or I remember one time I had a Hispanic woman on Twitter like cursing me out, thinking I'm a Chinese person, like talking about Hispanidad.
Billy is the most ethnic person on this panel. He's been every race.
I've you know, they say walk a mile in another person's shoes. Well, I did that just on social media, and it's a pretty interesting experience, I would say, like how people kind of change their behavior depending on how they perceive you, for sure.
No, yeah, totally. But to go back a little bit into your story, so it seems to me like you were always kind of like a classic leftist, kind of working class, old school, tanky type of twist.
Yeah, I mean, although I kind of, when I first initially started, I was more into like, so this was around like 2012. 2012, I was actually really into Bernie Sanders, believe it or not. But here's the thing, before I get made fun of, like, Bernie was a lot better in 2012 than he was in like, and here's the thing, then he was in 2020, and even in 2016, he was a lot better than what he was in 2020. Like in 2012, Bernie Sanders would, you know, be interviewed by people, and it would be like, you know, why are you against like illegal immigration, for example? Why do you think that should be reduced? And Bernie would say things like, well, you know, if you look at who's pushing for illegal immigration in America, it is people like the Koch brothers. It's the corporations. They view Hispanics as like this slave class of people. And, you know, Bernie was like, I wish them well, but it's like, we have to focus on the American working class that's here already. And, you know, call me a pick me or whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. But like that makes rational sense when you grow up in a Colombian household that wants you to embrace being American.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think one of the ideas behind WigNatism, and not WigNatism in general, like the most right wing conservative movement here in America, is precisely anti-immigration. So I think that I think that's like a way for a lot of Hispanic who have Wigna.
Well, here's another thing I just remembered that's important. A lot of, especially this is more of a class thing, I would argue, and you guys can correct me if you feel like it's wrong, but I feel like a lot of Hispanics who are really into pick-meism would do the whole like, well, we came here legally, you know, that entire bit.
No, they do. You know, you see that a lot with you got two kind of Puerto Ricans, honestly, in New York.
Yeah, yeah, I was gonna say
you have the ones that are like, nah, I'm black, I'm Taino, I don't want to be part of America, but I'm also a homosexual. And then you have the other one that's like, nah, Puerto Rico's always been part of America. I belong here. This as much as my land as it is here. Like my great grandfather Jose fought in Korea.
Right, and let me just say this is going to be something most people don't know.
You become a colony, and then basically they need your people to go and fight.
Hey, Puerto Ricans have put in a lot of like blood for America, so I can see why there's pick-me's, but still.
And because of that, now we have pick-me. There's this guy on Twitter. His name is like Jose Feliciano. He's like the most pick-me guy ever, right? And sometimes he wants to flirt with Hispanidad, but now he's embracing some weird. He made like a transition between being like a normal conservative and then now he's like a partially like he's making like IQ points.
Well, I was going to say real quick, on the
the
topic of flirting with Hispanidad, there's actually something, kind of that I would do growing up where like, I would emphasize and try to be like as American as possible. But if there was ever like a hot Hispanic girl that was into me, I LARPed like I was the most Colombian guy on the planet.
Oye, mami, ¿cómo tú estás? Ahí se le salió lo hispano.
No, that was the same. I would just be like, I'm Greek, and then I'll see like a Puerto Rican, I'll be like,
I'm
yo
Cuban.
soy cubano, white cubano.
I don't think that's a flex here in Miami though. Like you can like, why are you gonna talk about your nationality to other Latino girls?
It's not a flex. How does it work in Miami?
I don't know. Well, like you have like
papers.
It's not a fact.
Exactly something like that. Like I have papers. It's not precisely like you're like, oh, I'm Venezuela. No, okay, whatever.
You have a passport.
Yeah, that also like fetishizing white girls. That like,
or niggas would flex like, yo, like my cousin's cartel or some type of like weird shit. I've heard that type of shit. Or like my dad's a senator in Colombia and like, we got all this like exclusive shit.
My cousin is a senator, and but
fucking gusanos.
No, I think that's a normal thing because in if you notice in Hispanic society, family, even if it's like unstructured, right? Even if but family plays a huge role here, right? That's why you have like the I have a cousin, I have a grandfather who did that. I have a cousin who is a politician, all of that because of the lack of state. You know what I mean? There's more family, therefore there's less state. There's less,
Yeah, so I wanted to give you guys a perspective on why there's a lot of pick-meism within certain Hispanos, more specifically South Americans, because I did feel this quite strongly, and maybe you could say that I feel this a little bit still. So the thing is that a lot of us Hispanos who were born and raised and go to the US and see a lot of this sort of Western American cholo culture, we feel kind of a bit disgusted by it because back home they would be considered our not low class in the economic sense, but like uncultured people, what we would call it in Spanish, maleducados. And obviously we have several words in different fucking countries for that. So in Mexico you call them nacos, in Colombia you call them ñeros o gamines. And I think in Chile it's flaites or some shit like that. So, and when you see that being the main representation of what a Hispanic is, we start to become resentful of mostly Mexicans. And, once you know about the MS-13 stuff of Central Americans as well. So, if someone calls you a Mexican, you feel kind of slighted by that because you're like, I'm not a banging cholo. I don't have like a million tattoos. I don't do lowriders. Like you don't know nothing about Hispanos. So that's where it comes from. It's kind of like this thing where, we came here, we worked hard, we dressed well, we try to.
You're upper class.
I mean, yeah, but again, it's not so much socioeconomic. It's about how you behave. It's a lot more behavioral class than literal money. Yes, well, exactly.
That class isn't explicitly about economics, and traditionally it's not necessarily tied to financial position. It's more about like kind of this old aristocracy. Either merchants could have had more money, but they weren't necessarily at a higher class. Like, I understand what you're saying, though. The dynamic in Latin America, whether in this, you see the same thing with Mexicans. Like when Mexicans reject Lupio Rivera, who's a pocho, musician from Long Beach, they look at him like he's riffraff, like he's low class because, they kind of got their noses towards the air. And so, yeah, I can see how in the U.S., if you're not, I guess from more towards the Northern Triangle, Central America or Mexico, you associate the kind of street culture, the thuggery, the cholo culture with being low class. And so you kind of want to put space between you and that.
Well, not only just that, let me just chime in and say this is important as well. Whenever I started attending public school, I got into the situation where even when I would now, granted, I always had like friends that were like Mexican throughout my life. It's just they tended to be more middle class, at least in culture, if they weren't like financially middle class. But a lot of these Mexicans were these cholos that, you know, when I would try being friendly with them, they would just kind of like be a bit hostile and like always accuse me of like being white just because like I would do well in school and I'd excel and I'd do like honor courses.
Oh, you think you're white now, huh, fool?
And it's like that sort of behavior, like really, really, really made me dislike Mexicans. Like I'm just being honest here. Like that happened, and it took a lot to kind of like realize that not everyone's a cholo, and you know, it's you know, Mexicans are like middle class Mexicans actually vibe extremely well with me because they can relate in a lot of ways and all of the things that we just stated.
I think it is okay to be to have a certain anti-intellectual thing in your culture. So I don't necessarily oppose, although of course, like there are some aspects of it that are wrong, but they can be mobilized.
Sure, example, but I mean, I never found it respectable to like be really shitty at like English and Spanish because that's usually the sort of people that would say that to me.
Let's talk about it since and I don't want to get too distracted, but what you have, I think what you're pointing out, and I think this is helpful for all of us, no matter what country we're from, is the fuck man, I hate editing my words here, but it's the ngurdization of Hispanics. You know, it's kind of adopting this kind of ghetto culture, this ghetto value system, this kind of crabs in a bucket, like success is a white thing. You know, it's kind of again reducing Hispanic identity into a color, to saying like we're brown, and like brown means that like you wear baggy dickies and you know, Cortezes, and like you don't really achieve much in life. That is an element, and I think it plays itself between Hispanics of different countries, but it plays itself within Mexicans, within Salvadorians, you know. And it is a point of tension. I think what Carlos is pointing at is that there should be some way to kind of harmonize this thing, and I totally believe that because I kind of grew up in both worlds. You know, like I had cousins who were cholos, and I had cousins who were like, you know, in law school.
Yeah.
So I kind of saw that, like, you know, we can actually program. But I can see how if you kind of don't have access to the hood, then you might be a little like afraid of it or want to put space between yourself and it and that type of culture. So I understand. I want
one more point. So because there's a lot of people that think that I hate Mexicans or like that, whatever. This only happens in
you hate us.
This only happens. This only happens in the U.S. By the way, because my perception of Mexicans in the United Arab Emirates, which is where I used to live, was very different from the Mexicans that were in the U.S. So whenever I met with a Mexican in the UAE, I always thought that they were high class, that they were like super rich. You know, they were, you know, kind of like me. You know, we came all the way halfway around the world, so we must be of some means, right? But whenever I would interact with a Mexican in the U.S., they would be a little more Indio, a little less, you know, formally dressed. They would
Indio culturally, let's be honest, it's not.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And they would be more naco, more ñero, more gamín, right? Okay. Que necesita para la troca, that type of shit. But in the UA, they would be like, hola, ¿cómo estás? Sí, yo también soy mexicano, ¿qué pedo? Like that type of shit.
I mean, at least those poor guys are not selling their countries to foreign people, right?
Well, yeah, we get that now, but we didn't know that as children. That's the thing.
I had an advantage because like I never looked at Mexicans in a bad way. My pops, he was the Latin king, so I always had like kind of that idea that like, you know, we're all the same and all that. But like over the recent years, since like the Latin kings dissolved, and I never hated Mexicans. Like we have a El Salvadorian problem where I'm at, like the MS-13s, and that was like my biggest gripe. Like it was never against like Hispanics, because you know my dad taught me. Because the thing with the Latin Kings is it's not like it is a gang in a sense, but it's also was a cultural movement. Like these people would be educated, so
yeah, there's an intellectual aspect.
Yeah, like I'm like my dad is from Cuba. Like we weren't like rich. He only came here in like '89. Like he had no beefs, no qualms with Castro. And like growing up around like that culture with him, because he told me a lot about my roots. So like I always had like that radicalized view of like race, but I understood that like a Mexican was closer to me than like some white dude.
But
Yeah.
in regards to what Rancho said, I think there's there is a sense of like this is very Hispanic. You know, even Sancho, right? Who was Sancho? He was proud of being um Sancho and in regards to El Quixote, Sancho, right?
Sancho
He
Panza.
Sancho Panza was proud of being a, a villano, which is a farmer, a villano who is like a old Christian, right? And he was a poor guy, you know.
Yeah.
So, and I think there he's like so there's something there. There's like this proudness of being nothing in that sense. I don't necessarily oppose it. I think it's very anti-capitalist to a certain extent, you know, and to say that and
Yeah,
when you see something and when you see something in a position of power or something that is above of you, you always said, "Oh, that guy must have he's selling drugs or he's selling or he's he's a corrupt person and so on and so on." And I don't necessarily oppose that sentiment. What I think is that it should be mobilized politically in a sense, rather
Well,
than just to stay there and be just a question of envy.
well, that's what I'm here to do for you. So
Well, that's like what
go
I
ahead
say all
and
the time.
That's
That like
I would say this is very like a pobrismo. People that hate. There's this group of Argentinians who are WigNats actually, and they
uh-huh.
they viscerally hate Hispanic culture, and they say that's pobrismo jesuita. They call it that way.
Nice. Well, I'm gonna get all the 18th Streeters. I'm gonna get all the Sur 13 homies. I'm gonna get all the Norteños, and we're gonna go to Argentina and give that country some testicles again with their gay asses.
yo, you got Sutreses in Syria and shit, bro. You can bring them down to Argentina.
Notice how Buenos Aires is just basically like the land of progressive values in Argentina, but
Yep.
when you compare Buenos Aires to like the northern provinces who are closer to Paraguay, to Bolivia, that have like a strong gaucho culture. This gaucho is basically the mestizo Argentinian.
The original Argentinian before all the
Yeah, I will say so. Before
overflow.
the European immigration, and then they're also like have a strong Catholic identity. That's the spirit of the gaucho, right?
Sure.
And that's why like the gaucho is the Hispanidad of Argentina. Everything else in Buenos Aires is pretty much a European invention that has yes, it has something valuable in it, of course. But
Sure.
Borges was a son of that Argentina. Cortázar was a son of that Argentina, of that Buenos Aires, right?
Yes,
It's
yes.
the
But,
cosmopolitanism kind of gone awry. Could you
Yeah,
say that?
I don't think it's necessarily like a bad thing to happen. You just like one sector of your country to be like that. But notice how in the abortion elections in Argentina, it was precisely the northern provinces who voted against abortion in contrast to the capital.
Yeah, no, it's kind of like a broke cosmopolitanism, you know. But I want to read.
I was gonna say, can we get to the part where like I really started consciously kind of like being like racist, because I definitely was able to pinpoint it to a particular spot in time.
Sorry, bro. Sorry for veering
No
up.
worries. Let me
Sorry.
transition in here. So let me read off this statement, and then we're gonna bridge over to you, Guillermo. So, just to wrap up on what Klaus said, Rangal said, Klaus is right, but being too kind. What it boils down to is Hispanics as a whole are viewed as low class in the U.S., and it can make some Hispanics so uncomfortable that they just reject being Hispanic. And I think that's a very good way to kind of encapsulate everything we were saying here. But please go ahead with Guillermo. So you're a mestizo colombiano. You're in the whitest part of the country. You don't really have access to, I guess a group of Hispanics unless they're kind of like cholos and they're kind of making fun of you because you're excelling in school, so you can't really identify with them. How did you go from being what you were to thinking you were white?
Yeah, so let's begin. Because that was kind of the build up everything. Now here's where the action really starts. So it all started with a little boy that some call a little boy, at least, named Trayvon Martin and George Zimmerman. This was the deciding factor that I think impacted millions of Hispanics living in the United States. And like maybe they don't even knowingly know it, but like I think it definitely was a turning point. So a lot of people don't really know what happened. Essentially, you had this guy, George Zimmerman, who was half Ashkenazi Jew, half Peruvian. I guess I think his mother was more on the Indian side. So he looked like a standard mestizo living in Florida. And he got in a situation where he was the neighborhood watch guy. A conflict occurred with Trayvon, who was in his neighborhood. And, you know, he was kind of basically scoping the neighborhood out constantly because it was being, you know, houses were being burglarized all the time. And a confrontation occurred between them. George Zimmerman eventually, you know, used deadly force on Trayvon. And the rest is history. I mean, basically on the news, they were telling everybody and they were memeing this idea that George Zimmerman was a white Hispanic. You heard it 24/7. It was like just a huge thing. And I got into this contemplation like privately where I was like, well, shit. I mean, I guess if, you know, I am going to ever have to defend myself from a Black American with deadly force, like I'm going to be white and I'm going to be fucked, like regardless of whether I look white or not. Cause like George Zimmerman looks like he could be like a family member of mine. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And in the dialectic here, there's no, you're either black or you're white. Are you there? Or am I?
I'm here. I thought you were still going to keep going.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So, you know, I saw like when I first heard about what happened, I was actually more sympathetic towards Trayvon Martin when I initially heard about this before it even blew up and became a thing.
Yeah.
But then as I like was watching the trial unfold in real time, and as it became like a very big thing online, like I kind of started to like really, really dislike Black Americans. And then it got especially worse when the trial finally finished. And, you know, there were all these riots that were taking place everywhere. And I was just, you know, I don't care if you even come from a liberal background. I mean, you know, a lot of liberal parents are going to see, you know, Blacks rioting and destroying their neighborhoods and burning down stores and setting cars on fire. And even they're going to be like, wow, like that sucks. And they're going to have like no excuses for it. You know what I mean? Like they're, if that makes any sense to you guys, like it was very obvious at the time that like this was something that was just not viewed very well by the vast majority of just people living in the United States. It was just something that was viewed as very barbaric, if I had to be accurate. And this only got worse with the Mike Brown riots, by the way, and also with the riots, particularly in St. Louis and Baltimore, if you guys remember that.
Yeah, pretty much. And to add to that, I'm pretty sure that a lot of Hispano immigrants, and again, probably especially the South American ones, were very much shocked by what happened in the Trayvon Martin case and the George Brown case, and even in the George Floyd case, because just picture us, people who had to save a lot of money to come here and all that, and we think that America is a land of opportunity, and it's nowhere near as violent as Colombia or Venezuela or Brazil even. And then this shit happens, and then you're just kind of dumbstruck. Like it just hits you like from the flank, and you're just like, whoa, hold on a minute. I thought this was a safe country. I thought I could just make it if I work hard.
That in the media
deal with this racial dynamic. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say Colombians and also Hispanics in general that aren't living in America, they'll watch American shows and movies and have like a very different idea of what like Black American culture is compared to like what it is on the fucking shows.
Right, exactly. I wanted to bring up.
Sorry,
Wait. Just to make a point. It seems that George. By the way, Carlos, you got a lot of feedback. I don't know if you got a headphone or something, but you got weird echo. It seems that George Zimmerman's Peruvian mom is actually a Zombo. That she's a Black and Native ancestry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that I wouldn't be shocked.
Zimmerman is also Black. Interesting.
When did this happen? What year was this?
This I don't remember, dog. Like
this was the early 2010s, I want to say. This was under Obama. I remember because Obama came out and said, if I had a son, he would look like Trayvon Martin.
Okay, so the Trayvon Martin thing kind of made you like say, "Shit, I got to choose a side here," and
Yes.
I'm gonna have to choose the white side because I'm not a cholo. And I didn't grow up in the Bronx, so okay, so then now you became white. Take us from there. Take us down.
So basically, as these riots were occurring, there was another major thing that was going on at the same time that I would say radicalized a lot of people, if that's the proper term we want to use. Personally, I think radicalized sounds kind of gay, but it is what it is. So there was also simultaneously, or it was a little bit after, I don't quite remember the trajectory or the timeline too well, but you had the great refugee crisis of Europe that was occurring as a result of the civil war in Syria that Obama was heavily escalating as a result of like trying to, he tried to get Congress at the time to like do like a straight up like really quick, like I guess using like the Air Force to like destroy Assad, and like in a similar way in which they defeated Gaddafi real quickly. The Republicans shot that down. I think the war was just too popular, and it was just an all-Republican Congress, and they would just oppose everything Obama did for the sake of opposing Obama for the most part. And yeah, you had this refugee crisis because America was supporting like ISIS and all of these insurgents that were, literally astroturfed in order to help take out this Arab Ba'athist government that was highly nationalist. And you saw as a result all of these Syrians that were poor. And here's the thing, a lot of them weren't even Syrians. Like a lot of them were like straight from Africa and other places, just saying that they were Syrians because economically it'd make a lot of sense to go to Europe. But like this was presented to people as like Muslims are migrating in mass and they are seeking to like form a caliphate in Europe.
And don't skip over Gaddafi. They killed homie Gaddafi.
Yeah.
We was Romans with Gaddafi at one point.
Well, here's the thing. Italy and all these Mediterranean countries had like unique deals with Gaddafi where like Gaddafi, they would just pay him to just shoot down like African boats that were coming into Europe. And he had no problem doing that. And once Gaddafi was gotten rid of, this is when this really ramped up. And Gaddafi even warned Europe that if they got rid of him, even though France did it anyway, if they got rid of Gaddafi, that Europe was going to be flooded by Middle Easterners, North Africans, and Sub-Saharan Africans. And what's happening now? Who could have guessed it?
Sure. So all these things are happening. You're seeing Ma Europa under attack, and it's just emboldening your white identity.
Yes.
Before I answer that, Angelo, did you want to make a point?
Yeah, especially with the European refugee crisis, like I'm half Greek, so when I heard about that, like I basically got like all haughty and all that. I'm like, oh God, these like filthy brown people are gonna ruin Greece and all that.
Well, not only that, but I actually activated my Spanish side back then, where I was like, my ancestors fought these people for 800 years, and why are they being allowed to just flood in? Was my thought process at the time.
Because Europe's full of cucks, bro. Because of liberalism. Carlos, did you want to make a point? Carlito, okay.
Dale. Not now because I have the echo. I'm smoking a cigarette right now, so I can't. I'm outside of the room.
You're smoking, bro? Does your mom know about this?
It's a cigarette, though.
Damn, bro, he's a big boy now. Okay, Guillermo, go ahead. Take us back.
Yeah, so a lot of stuff is kind of like happening just simultaneously at this point, but let's see here. Then, yes, so this is kind of where I would take it. So as this refugee crisis is going on, I started to at the time get very interested in the JQ. That's what I'll call it here. Yeah. Because this sort of stuff all started to like, I was like, well, why would they let all these people in? And then, these people, you could read this stuff online. These people would be like, well, it's these small hats that are letting everyone into Europe. And they would like link videos of like, small hat like organizations that would, NGOs that would specifically push for helping people get into, from the Middle East into Europe. And I remember there was even, things like Barbara Spectra. That was a huge meme. I'm sure a lot of you have heard of Barbara Spectra and have seen the video. I mean, that was just a huge game changer for me. I was like, okay, so this isn't like, in my mind, I was like, okay, so these Europeans aren't cucks. They're just like being controlled by these small hats into like, making all these refugees come here, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I still think they're cucked, but go ahead.
Well, yeah, I get that. I'm explaining my thought process. And let's see. Then I kind of jumped down this rabbit hole where I was like, okay, well, everyone's super, like, why is everyone so, I guess, fixated on like World War II? Why is this something that seems to be referenced a lot? Why is it like anytime you argue with people online, the topic of World War II inevitably seems to come up in any conversation at some point, right? And that's when I started to get very much into it because, we'd hear very conflicting accounts on the internet. In school, I remember I was in school once, and it was in high school. We had a teacher tell us, she basically was like, okay, if you have like blonde hair and blue eyes, like stand up. And it was only like a few of the kids usually in the class. And she basically told us after that, she's like, okay, if this wasn't you, like Hitler basically wanted to kill you. Like that's the sort of stuff they would talk about all the time.
That's bullshit. I mean,
it was, yeah.
I remember the Jesse Owens thing, and then I'm like, weren't they allied with the Japanese? I'm like, that doesn't make sense.
You know what it was for me? Like during school, I was always like, I guess like a little shit. Like I would just be like, this is bullshit. Like everything you teach is a lie. Like I was going through that phase, and basically the school, like the absolute hatred for Hitler is what like brought me to like research him. I'm like, why you guys hate him so much?
Well, and not only that, but it'd be like the worst people that hate him. Like it'd be SJWs that like were just the most obnoxious people.
It felt like I was acquiring some like secret knowledge.
Yes. Hold on real quick. There's a passage in this book that I love. One of my favorite books ever. It's called Che Guevara, Revolutionary Life. And I remember I was reading it, and there's a point where Che, as a child or as a teenager, I think, it said specifically, Che at one point developed like a thing that he would do where he would just take on extremely provocative political viewpoints just to like get a reaction out of other people. And I would say this highly applied to me in this sort of way at the time, and as I continually got older in this regard. Like I was always, like these SJWs were annoying as shit. Like I didn't care about gay stuff. I didn't care about the T and LGBT, if you catch what I'm saying. And it's just like stuff that intuitively, like I just never really liked. And I was always more focused on like economics and trying to uplift like, actual poor people. Cause I felt like that was more important overall than like, what these, often rich white gay people end up pushing for.
Yeah.
Damn, y'all got the shitty version. Cause
I felt exactly the same, because with that, I was always economically left, but as I said, I hated the social justice aspect. And then like what happened when I started looking into Hitler and Nazism, which I guess started as a like an obscure like history thing that I just took interest and studied in, to where I guess problematically started believing it because I was actually like seeing it myself though.
Here's another problem too, and I'm sure maybe some of you guys can relate. Like I grew up with like a lot of times my dad would be watching like the History Channel. Yeah. And like every other show was like Nazis this, Nazis that. Now my father, I just want to make this clear. My father is not a Nazi, has never been racist. He's never been about that sort of shit. Like I did not learn or pick up any of this from my parents. If anything, they actually highly dislike this behavior the entire time and are very happy that I'm embracing Hispanidad. Just want to make that clear. But yeah, the History Channel was Hitler this, Hitler that. And like, my dad found it very fascinating, and I would sit there and watch it with him. And I had, because everyone that I hated was always, talking shit about these people. And because, let's just be honest as well here, they had very cool aesthetics. Hugo Boss uniforms looked pretty cool.
Yeah, for real. They were flashy, bro. They had the drill, literally the drill.
That's like a real theory, like the beauty of aesthetics.
The aesthetics plus the taboo like made it a perfect formula, in my opinion.
Yup.
That's like, so funny.
Same thing with video games too.
Hold on, let me make a point. So that's so funny because back in my history class, there was no stigma around Hitler because obviously it was the UAE. There was a bunch of Arabs, right? So and my teacher was actually Croatian, and low-key she might have either been Ustaše or like Ustaše adjacent, or she liked them or whatever. Because I remember when she used to teach, like she used to give you the positives of Nazi German. She's like, Hitler, he hated Jews, he hated Polacks, his economy was struggle at the end, but he have, social welfare for the people, and he created Volkswagen. And if you drink and if you drink Fanta, you have National Socialist product in your home. And and it was so matter of factly. And obviously some of my Muslim friends, they were like, yeah, Hitler, like he was fucked up for hating Muslims, which it wasn't true, but that's what they kind of said. Like, oh, we don't like the fact that he hated Muslims, but like he hated the Jews, so like he's cool with us. So it was so weird to me. Like I didn't really care about Hitler because that's the thing. I was never raised in an American high school environment. So Hitler to me was just like, just another Stalin, just another like Churchill. Like it's just like, okay, it's politicians that have nothing to do with me. I'm not European.
Yeah.
I have nothing to do with Europe. So that, yeah, very interesting dynamic difference between you guys and my education on that front.
Let me here in LA, dog, we had to go to like the Museum of Tolerance, and we had to go. I mean, this is LA, right? We had to go. There's another museum. Fuck, man, I forgot the name of the other museum. It's near the Getty, but it's another kind of J museum.
Mandatory Holocaust class.
Let me tell you about something. So, near the water where all the rich people live, right? Like, I'll name it, like the Hamptons, Montauk, Glen Cove, right? So my friend went to school there, and they all had to go to the Holocaust Museum because some boy, this was like kindergarten, threw a penny at a Jewish girl and told her to pick it up. And the whole school had to go to the goddamn Holocaust Memorial. And I only found out about this like 4 months ago. I'm like, that is possibly the most Jewish thing I've ever heard in my life.
Bruh. Oh my God. You don't even want to know. Sorry.
Let me read off this comment that Rangal made again. The JQ is a false distinction made between white American Protestants / Freemasons and white American Jews. They're both one and the same people. WigNats just don't want to admit it. And for those who don't know, WigNats are white nationalists. So I thought it was an interesting point I wanted to read off. But Billy, let's keep going. All this stuff is happening. You went down the National Socialist Party's rabbit hole, and so now you're kind of identifying as white at this point.
Sort of like maybe this is a good comparison. In a lot of ways, I was thinking like Slayer, if that makes sense to you all.
Yeah.
Sort of like that, where I kind of like view, I knew I wasn't white, and I knew I didn't really pass for it, but I still viewed like higher European admixture mestizos as being better than like, the Mexican Indios I would see often. And it would just become like a major way that I started to view the world. And let me say another thing. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. So I was kind of at the time, especially when like the riots started occurring, right? That I was talking about earlier, with the like Mike Brown and things like that. I would often look for like alternative media outlets that would more or less be more like racist about the situation. And this is where I stumbled upon things like TRS radio. I found I was listening to that since the very beginning. However, I would usually, in a lot of ways, hate listen to TRS because I was never a libertarian, and they were racist libertarians, and there was always like that thing going on there. And but they were funnier. They were funnier than like most other like white nationalist podcasts that like existed at the time. Like most of these other ones, things like the David Duke Show or like all these other things that were out there at the time. They were very like, these were old people, like they came off as just very like boring, and it was just always like complaining. Like at least with TRS, you had something where, they would make like original songs, parody songs. They would, how do I put it? They would like kind of just be more humorous generally. And it was supposed to be more laid back, and like they were inspired by like Opie and Anthony. And Opie and Anthony is something I actually listened to a lot before I even ever got into this stuff. But yeah. It was just more laid back and more humorous, and that attracts a lot more people over when you're like that, as opposed to just being just this 60-year-old guy that rants about double standards 24/7. I mean, TRS would eventually devolve into that and has basically become that at this point, but there was a time where like they weren't really doing that, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
At least not as much as they do now, I would say.
Well, I
And
don't know. I've been out of the loop out of all this stuff, dude. Like, once it was just before Obama's election. Like, I pretty much just went to work and like wasn't on the internet. And I don't know. I could kind of tell that like this culture was coming in where like you weren't allowed to say the stuff you were allowed to say during the Bush era, because Bush era is kind of where I came of age, and it was like Dave Chappelle's show and the Boondocks. And we had friends of different races, and we were all able to like point the finger and laugh at each other's kind of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And it was during the Bush era, so all of us were American, right? And we were like fighting against terrorism, and like everyone had a flag. So I could tell that in a weird way, I wasn't very conscious of it, but I could tell like this weird culture was coming in where I wasn't going to be allowed to be as open as I normally tend to be and honest about, as I normally tend to be. So I just kind of got off. I had a girlfriend, and I was just like, I went into the hustle mode and, cupcaking with a girl. So I just was off the internet. And then I came back and it's like, whoa, the world changed, man. Everyone's a fucking pussy now.
Damn.
Exactly, yeah. And I would say as well, the first kind of person that I stumbled on in these like podcast spheres that I really took a liking to was a man who a lot of you have probably heard of, named Eric Stryker.
I've heard of it only recently. I mean, all these people are new. Apparently, Tercio and the guys from Mundo Republiqueto were on TRS for a while, and then they got booted for being too Hispanic.
Right.
And this is a completely new world to me. I missed the whole alt-right thing. I had no idea what that was.
Wait, Tercio was in TRS?
Yeah,
No
dude.
way.
He had his own show. I listened to every episode.
No way. That's crazy.
When it came to that, I was never really into Eric Stryker because I don't know if you know about Iron March, but that was probably like the most like extreme site at that time. But
Oh yeah, dude.
yeah, you know what? It was very diverse for an extreme website. They had a Hispanidad section, all that. But from there, I basically got to see like WigNats go from like Eric Stryker to what they are today. Because the term WigNat was used in these communities as an insult. It means like wigger nationalist, like white trash nationalism.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Well, I mean, Stryker's a bit too common for me, obviously, right? But people like I've always found a liking to people like what's his name, Mike Enoch, Andrew Anglin, and I think more specifically Weave, because I think I really enjoy a lot of Weave's work as a hacker back when he was doing his hacking thing. So yeah, there's definitely this pull that Hispanos have felt with these white nationalists and even white supremacist groups. There is something that's there that we identify with. It's I'm just telling you the truth, man. I'm telling you as I see it.
Yeah, and it's not just you too. Like
But I didn't fuck with that shit because
I was gonna.
where I grew up, it was like we had the option to be Hispanic, and we definitely weren't black, and we definitely weren't white, and we could fuck with both. We could be friendly with both. Like we can kick it and all that. But like
You was the middleman.
I was never. Yeah, I was the third position was always available to me, and that's what we always were. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So let's see. How do I put this? So yeah, I would listen to like Eric Stryker a lot. I vibed the most, and I learned a lot from like listening to him. What's interesting is Eric Stryker actually is Hispanic. And this was actually something that kind of drew me to him originally, because someone that I knew in real life told me long before Eric Stryker got doxxed that he was Hispanic, and like he basically kept it as a secret for the most part to this community that he was a part of. And yeah, how do I put this?
Although can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Even pathetic is that is. You said
Sorry?
We didn't hear you. Say it again.
Notice how pathetic that is, to how you hide yourself to to hide your Hispanicity in order to satisfy the needs of the weakness.
And to add to that, I wanted to ask you. So basically, they considered Eric Striker a spick, right? Even though he's Uruguayan, even though he kind of looks like he could be like a Greek Italian. Like he had to hide this from the
He
Wignats because
wants to be Greek.
because essentially an Uruguayan in their eyes is no more different than like a filthy Indio Mexican fucking border hopper, right? There's no nuance. Not that we would even care for giving them nuance, but just trying to.
So, okay, this is an interesting topic. So, like several decades ago, like being, even if you were a white Hispanic, like people would be very like suspicious of who you are and like would be very reluctant to accept you in your inner circles, even if you were 100% white. That's just how it was genetically. I mean, this has changed a lot. But what's funny is I actually interviewed this guy, Culture Thug, a while ago. You guys have probably heard of him.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
And Culture Thug told me in the interview that like a long time ago, I think around like 20 years ago, he was in a Nevada chapter of what's formerly called the National Socialist Movement. I think they've disbanded after Charlottesville. But he said that he was in this local chapter and, their leader was very passionate. He would be, just always doing what he could to like promote the cause. And then a huge thing happened. He went to Walmart, Culture Thug, that is. He went to Walmart and he saw his the leader of NSM with his India wife that he was hiding from everybody.
He's like, it's not what it looks like. This is my maid.
And he says, like, dude, these stories are like, he's like, dude, these stories are like a dime a dozen. Like, this happens all the time. And he said, like, this would always be the case. These circles would be filled with people that were often racially mixed, that were often off-white in some way, maybe like part Arab or something. There'd be like a lot of Mishlings, people who were Jewish or half Jewish.
It seems like they're usually on the periphery of white identity.
Yes.
Right? Like they're on the edges, like where you could barely just hop on that train. And these are the people who feel like they need to hold it down the hardest. And we see this dynamic with Hispanics, right? It's the whiter Hispanics with the green eyes and the dirty blonde hair who want to LARP like they're Mayans. It's the mulatto ones with, la trompa de negro who want to LARP like they're full-blooded Spaniards. So it's like you see this dynamic within us as well. I just want to make a quick point that somebody brought up. Somebody said, Rancho, you do realize your buddy Rad is going to have a field day with this topic. And, to be honest, and everybody who's listening who, may come from that side of the thing, we're pulling people out of this arbitrary white identity and supremacy, right? Like we're bringing people back to the ethnic roots, and La Hispanidad shows you how people of different quote unquote races can harmonize so well to a certain point where they actually adopt the same kind of macro ethnicity, and it works beautifully. Right. So that's my answer to that, but please keep going.
Yeah. So, this was, so then there was a lot of things that started taking place in which things started accelerating really fast on top of like, the refugee crisis. So you had two events that happened from a very close time frame of each other. There was the massacre that Dylan Roof pulled off in, I believe, North Carolina at that black church that he was befriending. And then
I don't believe that shit happened, but go ahead.
Okay. And then a few weeks afterwards, Donald Trump got out of, went down the escalator and did his speech about Mexicans, basically. Like, these happened very close to each other, both of these things.
I don't think that's a coincidence, but let's keep going.
Yeah. And it was around this time as well where people like Nikki Haley, who was the governor of North Carolina, she was playing she used the shooting that occurred in North Carolina by Dylan Roof to justify removing all of the state Confederate flags that existed on state property off. And this pissed off a lot of people across America because, for a long time, people just had Confederate flags everywhere. If you still go to rural parts of the U.S., I've been to Vermont, dude, a state that like overwhelmingly has been voting for Bernie Sanders forever. you'll still see Confederate flags everywhere. Like, it's just how it is. It's more like a rural thing in this country, more than something that's explicitly racial, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You. Yo, as a matter of fact, and you know, I'm just gonna straight up be honest with the kids. I have a Confederate flag back in Colombia.
God.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to get a couple homies together and jump Klaus back into sense here, bro. I'm just kidding, bro. I'm just busting your balls.
Yeah, nah, this is what it is, bro. Like that's just how it was, nigga. Like,
I think what Guillermo is saying about like this sort of like sociology of WigNat Hispanics, it seems to be that he mentioned 2 points like anti blackness through the death of this guy Trevor Martin, and also this like provocative Zoomer, or I don't know, young people culture that want to like be radical and so on. But I think you s- I think that sense of edginess, right, is a infantile sentiment to a
Yeah.
certain extent. So I also yeah, keep going, Guillermo. I want to know like the reasons
yeah,
of
just to add to that, yeah, very good point about the Zoomer thing because being racist or at least being mock racist or as a joke is today's equivalent of, you know, back in the 60s you were or back in the 80s you were like, oh, I'm gay, or oh, I'm goth, or oh, I'm a Satanist. It's basically a way for young people to rebel against quote unquote the system. So there's probably a lot of people who are just ironically racist, which can then veer off into actual racism and hatred
That's
of others.
only
Well,
that,
yeah,
that is that if you like you don't genuinely have beliefs. Your only belief is to be edgy, or to be
Yeah.
Yeah, I
honest.
mean that's gonna happen in every generation. That's what happened in the 80s and the 90s. People were just becoming Satanists
like
and just that type of thing. Like just trying to piss off their parents and piss off society.
It's very postmodern.
like
Well, can I just say real quick before I forget? My mother. Hold on, real quick, Carlos. My mother. I forget to emphasize this, but I think it's important as well. She was very much a believer in the Black legend, and this was something fed to me at a very young age. This idea that we were Indios. The Spaniards raped us and took the gold. These were things my mother always. I mean, she would say it, but she wasn't like passionate about it or anything. But it was just kind of like what
like a
she
matter
was told. She's just
Yeah.
like, yeah, you're just like, yeah, we got raped, so they took the gold, and the Spanish hate us. They call us sudacas, and like they want us like out of Spain. Like that, you hear all those things just from my mother, and this was a funny way that I'd kind of like rebel against the things she would say, and she didn't like it, but sometimes when you tell your kids this sort of stuff, this is sort of what happens.
Yeah. When I was younger, when I was in high school, again during the Bush era, like we were all racist. Everybody was racist, and it was okay as long as you were also racist against your own race, right?
Well, it was understood that like
As long as you can
like-
take it. Like if you're gonna
Yeah,
talk
yeah,
shit,
yeah.
well, people are very much into the mentality of like the Chris Rock bit that everyone would listen to. That there were black people and there were the N words. That's how people. And this was a mainstream opinion. Like normal, even white liberals would say this sort of stuff all the time.
right. We grew up around again the Dave Chappelle show, and it was like, everybody was getting ripped at, right? Like everybody was getting made fun of, and nobody took it personally. You could laugh at how the other perceived you and your group, and it might make you reflect, it might make you want to improve or whatever, but it was never taken like, oh, you hurt my feelings, and that's really what came during the Obama era.
Well, you know what I noticed when you said like everybody was racist? I guess this was like it's gonna be kind of comedic when I say it, but I grew up in the 2000s. I was born in 2000, so I grew up during like the online gaming age, and like that's where I learned like most of these racist words. Like everyone was like racist on there, so I was like desensitized. So when like word policing came around, I was like very very shocked that was like really even happening. You saw that mostly on like the internet and not like games.
Yeah,
Yeah, bro. Sorry.
I think irony is I don't think we should necessarily reject irony. I think, of course, if you don't laugh, what is not yeah, we need to laugh to a certain extent. But irony is a very postmodern feeling. Irony is a very postmodern sentiment. So I think there should be like a distance in regards to that notion of irony, because irony is just like it's just like juvenile postmodern sentiment of just being edgy, you know. And of course, like when you have like extremely naive people from the left wing, culturally speaking, that talks about like the human dignity of, I don't know, of abortion and this, they truly believe in that bullshit. Or if you say like a racial slur, they think you are like I don't know, Hitler or something. Of course, irony is a reaction against that to a certain extent, but it shouldn't be. But our belief system shouldn't be reduced to irony.
Yeah, obviously.
And I think that's one of the main problems with it. I think like
I disagree. Irony's awesome. I'm kidding.
I think that was like
I
I
got
think
you.
that was the main. I think the main feeling of like 2016 right wing circles in the internet was precisely irony, and I think they're like going away from that. I think to a certain extent, if you see like the reaction that they had to Lil Nas video of him making a lap dance to the devil, I'm being concerned about that. It's like a rejection of that like 2016 irony type of stuff. Also like Milo converting himself to Catholicism and supposedly stopping being gay. Sorry if I'm phrasing this
No,
horribly, but I think to a certain extent the right wing is at least culturally is moving away from that ironic feeling. And I think like I mean, or even there's like a weird mix between irony and post irony. Let's put it that way. I think Nick Fuentes might be an example of that.
I think Nick Fuentes probably goes with new sincerity. I don't know if you guys know about that
He's
movement.
just a faggot. Like everything he has to
Okay.
say is invalid.
Okay. Yeah, but anyways, I wanted to add to Angela's point about how gaming and all of that, and well, again, back in the UAE, since it was so diverse, I mean, you had to make fun of everyone. You had to make fun of the Indians, the Arabs, the Latinos, the Europeans, everyone. Like there are so many jokes about all these ethnicities that I literally can't make on this stream because we will get shut down so fast. Especially anti-Semitic jokes, bro. I know so many anti-Semitic jokes. It's not even funny, bro. All my Arab homies, we riffing. Even between Arabs, we would say, if there was a Sudanese, we would say, yeah, Abid, yeah, Aswad, yeah. And obviously, I can't say what these things mean, right? That type of shit. So
okay, let's bring it back. Billy, so okay, you're pretty much identifying as white now. You got this whole kind of system going. When did you start producing content and start kind of getting, Twitter famous or known in these podcast circles and stuff?
Yeah, so this was a few years ago. I started like making audiobooks, right? I would make it for like a lot of stuff, like with things like Culture of Critique, For My Legionaries, just a bunch of just random. Usually they were focused on the topic of like the small hats. I wasn't ever like making audiobooks about like race and IQ and that sort of stuff, because it's important to emphasize I got very like bored and tired of like just the Jared Taylor tier, like race and IQ and like crime stats sort of stuff. Like I didn't, at some point, there was something that clicked with me that like I think I forget who said it, but someone basically said like, look, I don't care if like white people have like this supposedly high IQ or like what their crime rates are. It's like, those are my people and I'm going to rep them. And that kind of like makes a lot more sense intuitively than just trying to suck off whoever seems to be doing better on these arbitrary statistics made in this like capitalist society that we live under, if that makes sense.
I'm an Asian supremacist. I'm not a white supremacist.
Asians are smarter. Yeah, you play that stupid game.
I mean, it's just like this fetishization of IQ test. I mean, it's just It's just like the ultimate like. I mean, IQ is a good measurement to define intelligence in an industrial capitalist society. You know what I mean? But come on, dude, it doesn't fucking matter in the end. I think it's just like this eugenic. It has eugenics vibes in it. It is informed from this like Anglo-Darwinian perspective of scientific reductionism, which is pretty much opposed to our Catholic ethos.
Yeah, exactly. And then I want to say as well that a major turning point in a lot of this stuff, and I was already making like content when I started to notice a lot of this stuff take place, where I started to basically come to this realization. A lot of other like people who are in a similar boat to me were doing this as well, where we all started to kind of realize that like these people who call themselves like a national socialist or a fascist and like, you know, post about all this stuff all the time, if you like actually dig past the surface of like what they're, you know, what identifying as like being third positionist or fascist, you'd realize like most of these people were just Republican voters. Like they were conservatives. Like they were, you know, completely like they were in a lot of ways just like racist libertarians who liked the Nazi aesthetics. And it would always rub me the wrong way early on, like when like, you know, they glorify people like Pinochet and then like Adolf Hitler. And it's like, have you compared these two people? Because they didn't really operate their economies on like a similar basis at all. And it would just be like, roll commies, helicopters. Ooh! Like, you know, it was just dumb. And I disliked it right away.
Got it.
And yeah.
Killing commies is based though. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry.
Yeah. And we got into a situation where after the Trump election, you had the midterms. And what started occurring is you had all of the alt-right becoming propagandists for Republican congressmen, right? Like that was always weird to me. We didn't like it. And basically me and a group of like other guys who were like similar in that aspect were decided like, all right, like fuck this shit. Like we're going to go to war with people like TRS because these are like racist conservatives. And like, we're not about that. Like we're about like genuine like fascism and third positionism. Like we're not here to just be the mouthpiece for the Republican Party every 2 years.
Wait, so is that where the racist liberal meme comes from?
Well, the racist liberal meme came a little bit later, but I mean, yeah, that's I mean, before
like
it was articulated, yeah, that's basically what it was. And we found out that a lot of these people, they weren't genuine about fascism. They just became attached to Trump as a personality and the Republican Party in general and Cold War politics, where it's just like communism killed, you know, 6 quadrillion people. And that's all it really, and like, it's still in a lot of ways, like stayed that way. Like, you know, just in this last election, I saw all of these people who would supposedly talk trash about Trump, like, you know, for 4 years saying that he's a traitor. Like right before election night, they're like, if you don't vote for Trump, you're not like an actual like white, you're not pro-white. They would like they all would just came out at the very last second and say this sort of stuff. And
were they saying it as a pragmatic thing, or were they still very rabidly pro-Trump in a way? Because those are two very different things.
I can't read their mind. I mean, I feel like they wanted to frame it as a clever way, but the way they reacted after the election led me to believe that they were more emotionally attached to Trump than most of them wanted to admit. If that makes sense.
Right. Yeah.
Because you had these people like freaking out, thinking like, you know, stop the steal. And then like you had the Capitol Hill riots that ensured and, you know, and the mass crackdowns that happened afterwards. These were people gaslit by, you know, the entire conservative and alt-right apparatus basically telling them like, yeah, this election was stolen. You know, Trump was an avatar for white Americans. And like, you're just going to let Joe Biden, like, you know, walk in office. And then like it naturally led, especially with people like Nick Fuentes leading the way, to what occurred there. And what occurred there could have been very bad. I mean, they were very close to actually like harming senators in that building. Like they're lucky that didn't happen, or it would have been substantially worse in the outcome.
Got it. Okay, so you're making content. you're kind of growing in popularity, and I mean, we got people here in the audience saying that you've been exposed, that you're actually a white guy who's confused, and you're LARPing as Hispanic. Again, if you're just joining the show, I've already verified that Billy is actually a Guillermo, and he actually looks straight up like a beaner. Even more than myself, I might say. I feel a little white around Billy.
Yeah.
But the point is that we already passed that. So so why don't you take us at that point? Like you're known in these circles, you're coming on these podcasts, and what happened this last year where you're kind of broke out of that shell?
Yeah, so we have to rewind just a tiny bit to basically give the context here. So as I'm seeing that these people are just becoming like they've just been racist Republicans the whole time, and they were never serious about like socialism or any of these third position ideals. Basically this sort of thing started infecting the, I guess, like dissident sphere, because it wasn't just like white nationalists that got into this stuff, but there was this there eventually grew this line of thought that basically Siege by James Mason like became this huge meme, and I feel like we have to talk about this because like it's something that became very, very big very fast.
Yeah, like I can talk about this because I saw that like come from a meme to actual like reality, because you know how I brought up like the wigger nationalist term, right? So that term was meant to describe like skinhead, hammerhead, boneheads, as they would call them. And then you had the release of Siege, which is basically a meme. It's written by James Mason, and he went to jail because he got butthurt that some Mexican was doing his wife. But anyhow, and that's where you see the Wignats go from classical fascists to, like, as you said, racist Republicans, to extreme like pagans that believe in very bizarre fantasies and all that. You even have like branches of satanic Nazis that like read Aleister Crowley and do homosexual activities. It's the election of Trump and his failures brought people to that extremism that we see today.
Yeah, like Siege is just vital to all of this here, because now I was gone for the last 30 seconds, so just interrupt me at any time, Angelo, if I'm repeating what you were saying. But it became this thing like you couldn't avoid, if you were in these online circles, people telling you to read the book Siege. So
Read Siege.
yeah, it was a meme, and basically I did read it. I ended up reading it, and it was very much a mixed bag even back then. Like there was a lot of really out there stuff, and I would say the most generally useful content that was in Siege was a few things. So for starters, there was this idea that like the people that enter these movements are super fucked up, and usually they leave after 18 months. That was something James Mason said specifically. Another thing though is he would kind of go into detail on like, don't be stupid, don't say stupid shit or agree to stupid shit that's gonna, that a federal agent could basically try to set you up for a conspiracy charge, because this has happened to a lot of people in extremist politics for a long time. And then there was this other overwhelming theme in the book as well, which you can decide whether it's relevant or not, but it was this idea that like you're not going to engage in the electoral politics system and change America to how you want it to be. Like the electoral system is fundamentally rigged. You're never going to be able to get legit candidates that aren't owned by like, the elites. And basically you need to adopt this mentality of like, don't be dependent on, or milk the system for what it's worth, the government and everything that exists in this country, and basically try to drop out of society and be prepared for the race war.
Yeah, he lives on welfare actually.
Yeah, in Denver, Colorado. Yeah, he's on
the
senior
government
Section 8
pays
housing.
him to be racist.
Yeah. No surprise there. Okay, let's keep it going. Okay, so yeah, take us to the point of where you're at now. I don't know if I missed that part because I had to go to the bathroom, but this past year you've kind of been Hispano pilled, and you came out of the closet as an actual mestizo Hispanic, and most people assumed you were a white guy.
Not only they assume, to this day they're still assuming this. Like, you know, I see people every day on social media just insisting that I'm white when I'm not, which is funny, but it is what it is.
You finally got what you wanted. You're white.
Well, that's the thing. What's ironic about this whole thing is
The irony.
I left this thing at the time when it would have been the most accepting to me, if that makes sense.
Can you explain that?
So we have reached a point in white nationalism where you actually have people like with influence that are now like they would look at my DNA test and be like, okay, yeah, sure, yeah, come on in. Like, you know, they don't make a big deal about it, but it's like, yeah, sure, we'll take you. That wasn't a thing in like 2014. It was never like that. And
the white nationalists are fucking desperate.
Yeah, they are.
They need to pump up their numbers.
And the same thing with a lot of the black nationalists too. Interesting how that works. People want to absorb the Hispano DNA. They want to absorb raza cósmica.
Yeah, exactly. And here's something that was crazy. So I think someone's brought this up on a previous episode, but it's worth mentioning. So there was this extreme radical group that got in a lot of trouble with like people like Chris Cantwell, Paul Nealon, all these types. They were called Bold Patrol. Mm-hmm. And Bold Patrol was like this group that would basically worship people like Dylan Roof, and would essentially, anytime a mass shooting would occur, they would like canonize these people as saints, and their like thing that they do on Telegram. Like, this became like this thing where like they knew they were never going to do mass shootings, but they knew that they could basically, they'd be like, well, if we like canonize these people as saints every time they do it, we can low-key encourage them without actually like, you know, getting charged for a crime.
Yeah.
And I started noting. Now, here's the thing: the group, the people that like the thing about that group was they had an eccentric leader known as Vic Mackey. Now, Vic Mackey, he was always very polite to me. Like, there were some times where like we'd be on the same stream just coincidentally, just because we dropped in like a call-in show or something. And sometimes we would just, you know, he'd be nice to me, and like he would try to like recruit me. And that was like, that shit was like too extreme even for me. I always like kept my distance, you know, for a good reason. And basically Vic Mackey ended up getting doxxed, I believe. God, I think it was around the time COVID started. Yeah, he got doxxed. He was a bit careless online, and they found out Vic Mackey, you know, the leader of like the most extreme like siege-pilled Telegram group, is a mestizo in California.
See, that's actually hilarious, man.
It is hilarious.
He's a mestizo from California.
They are literally,
yeah.
They're literally, and I mean literally, doing the jobs white people don't want to do. I mean, literally.
Yeah.
Damn, Klaus, you got that one.
And not only was he a mestizo, I'm not going to name these others because they're less obscure and it doesn't matter as much, but there were a few other guys in this group that eventually got doxxed that were also mestizos. Like, a lot of these people.
Is this when Stryker got outed for being a white beaner?
It was around the same time, a little bit earlier, but before he got outed as a white beaner, he was kind of hinting at it, just so you know.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he was, because he was looking to get accepted. And is this when his partner got ousted for having a Jewish wife?
No. So the Jew wife scandal with Mr. Mike Enoch, and you know, we could even possibly play that clip that I sent you, just so people can really see what's going on. No, the Mike Enoch got doxxed right after the Trump election. Like, I think it was like a few weeks after, if even that long. I remember it was right after, and everyone was freaking panicking over there. Like, it was like, so basically what happened is they doxed him on 8chan, I believe, was the site that did it for the most part. They doxed the entire of the crew that was, you know, doing that show basically every week. And what's funny is when they got Mike Enoch and they revealed the Jewish wife that he had, basically, they came to this conclusion that, or they were trying to push this idea on the TRS forum. Like this guy named Sven or Jesse, he kept like basically saying like, "Oh, she's only a quarter Jew. Like this is nothing. Like stop worrying about it." Then he like edited the post later to say, "Oh no, he just half Jew. Like don't worry." And then he like edited the post afterwards, like an hour or two later, and he's like, "It's all fucked. I give up." And like basically, so basically, these guys on TRS, this was not a secret. They all knew Mr. Mike Penovich was married to a Jewish woman the entire time, and they accepted him and her as just white people. So this is why, kind of like I started to think twice about like whether Jews are white or not, because they say this, but then like in reality, like a lot of these people are married to Jews and just consider their kids white because they look white. Because if you have kids with a Jew and you're white, well, the kid's gonna look white. That's just how it is.
And it's funny, you're only Jewish if your mother's Jewish.
Actually, it's not just that Mike's wife was just any racial Jew whatsoever. She was very culturally Jewish. I think she was part of
she was a B'nai B'rith leader, and
exactly.
she was doing drag queen shows in New York City as well.
So me is that there's Jews behind white identity.
Oh yeah, dude. Not only are there Jews, but Matthew Heimbach actually shared this with me, where there's this thing called the I think Charles Martel Society, which is important to talk about as well. Yeah. These were very influential people, I think, like a little bit before the Trump election. And Richard Spencer was actually a former member of this, and I think they got rid of him because he just kind of went on his own path. And basically they would these very rich people would kind of convince you to like push very like conservative and Republican talking points, but you'd have to sign like a non-disclosure agreement essentially. So yeah, you had not only that, but then there was another thing behind the scenes as well, where you had people like Countercurrents and like Greg Johnson, and it becomes apparent very quickly, or it became apparent to me very quickly, that there was a very powerful and influential gay mafia that was like basically gatekeeping this entire community, and still is. I mean, yeah, Greg Johnson isn't as prominent as he used to be, but back in the day, like that man, if you upset him for saying like anti-gay stuff in the, I guess, white nationalist sphere, all he'd have to do is make some phone calls and you're blacklisted from most events. Like the gay mafia is very, very powerful in that community, especially around the time of the Trump election.
Well, Billy, you don't understand. They're just trying to return to tradition. They want the real tradition.
Guys, I'm not gay. I'm Greco-Roman, actually.
Yeah,
no, but like
Richard
that's
Spencer
what they would do.
Something like that. He's like,
I know.
We all go through our Greco-Roman stage in high school. I'm like, no one goes through that, bro. That's just a you thing.
I remember that. Yeah, he was basically like this is the right time to post.
Yes.
Like you don't.
Yeah. Anyways, I want to read what Cristian Montalvo said. Embrace Hispanidad, reject Khazar milkers.
Can we like convert them though? Those Khazari milkers are fine though. Like I'm just saying.
You're gonna have to reinstitute the Inquisition just to make sure that it's a genuine conversion over time.
I'm down for that, bro. I remember I had some Israeli females on my college ones, and I was like, damn, yo. I would.
Okay, let's keep it going. So now what's happening, Billy? You're getting a lot of slack from these people. You're getting a lot of shit thrown at you. Again, you know, actually before this, was there something that happened when we had our conversation with Schizo and Matthew Heimbach?
Yes, there was. So around this time, I was actually, even before I did the show with you, I was at this point, I had like alternate like Facebook accounts that I would use, and I was like trying to get in touch with actual, like, I guess, like people that were more like extreme in Colombia. But so I was like already like trying to explore that sort of stuff, and I was trying to like follow like certain people that like Zero Schizo would like interact with on Facebook and things like that, because I was already getting more curious into it, like the more I started to realize that white nationalism is kind of just this really dumb dead end. Yeah, filled with Jewish people, with mixed race people, with homosexuals, with just every sort of thing besides people that usually, besides like blonde hair, blue eyed white people, if that makes sense.
Right. And Marcus here wanted to mention that Weave and his Jewish grandparents would sell alcohol to Indian reservations.
Oh, I did not know that. But yeah, I think you're going to interview Marcus soon. So, I mean, I'll let him tell his stories. He's been around for 10 years, and he's actually been one of the most influential like former white nationalists that helped me get out of this whole thing. Like he's a really solid guy, I would say. So yeah, shout out to you, Marcus.
I know a couple things about Weave if y'all want to talk about him just like briefly.
I just got a question to ask Billy. Billy, so when you said like it was
I would say, Klaus, real quick, save Weave for like the Marcus episode. Just trust me on this.
All right, dope.
All right.
So when you said it would be beneficial for you now because they would accept you, did you ever notice that they even had hard times accepting like Southern Europeans and all that?
Well, yeah. I mean, this was like it'd be an ongoing joke all the time in these communities that like Italians and Sicilians especially were like viewed as like not white, but it's like no, you actually are, but like yeah, you're not like the same as like a Northern European sort of thing. And this was something I've studied, and it's actually been very prominent throughout American white nationalist history. So, for example, like if you guys have heard of George Lincoln Rockwell, George Lincoln Rockwell and the American Nazi Party, they were just straight up Nordicists. Like they allowed Mediterraneans to join, but like it was known that like there was a Nordic ideal that like you want to be Nordic, and being Nordic was seen as being better than being Southern European. And interestingly enough, the guy that ended up killing George Lincoln Rockwell was, I think, Greek, and he actually got super pissed off at Rockwell for that. Oh, so wow. I mean, it is what it is. That guy's still alive, actually. The guy that killed Rockwell. So it's just
what's funny, Billy? On the last days of the Iron March for him, well, Iron March had a Southern European section because you couldn't go to the North Circle. So near like the last couple like months of it being around, they just took the Hispanidad board and put it in the Southern European board. They just combined both the boards and people got along.
Dude, I bet. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can see it. I mean, when I was on Twitter, I was getting messages from Italians from England, or like Italians living in England. And like, it was funny that their experience as Italians in England, they saw a lot in what I was sharing about, being Hispanic in the US.
So it's funny I bring that up because even when I was like going through my white nationalist stage, it'd be like, so you're half Cuban? I'll be like, yeah, but that's the whitest Hispanic. I'm like, okay. And I'm like, I'm half Greek. And they'd be like, whoa, hold up. Like, how Greek? It's like, what area?
You mean rape Greek, or like they would be like that sometimes.
No, I'm Proto-European.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, this has just been a constant theme. Like, if you read like William Luther Pierce's stuff, like, yeah, he accepted like people that looked very white if they happened to be Southern European, sure. But like there was always this understanding, like if you read into William Pierce's writings privately, like he would say things privately, like he wished, because he had this belief that like ancient Greek was like Nordic.
Yeah.
He had this belief that like he basically said that he wished the Nordic people of ancient Greece had not mixed with all the Mediterraneans that were there and the Slavs, because it would have just been better. And this has constantly been a thing. Now, recently, like I would say with things like TRS, they kind of led the way in just being way more accepting of these people overall. Like that's kind of like where I saw the major shift where, I hear people tell me privately, like in like New York City or in like California, they have like TRS has what's called pool parties, which is like where like people kind of like try to do local communities. And like the most diverse states, there were like early on already like light-skinned mestizos that were being accepted into this thing on a case-by-case basis if they were willing to say all the right things.
It's
And you had like Nick Fuentes as well, who is, his dad is Mexican, and you had like James Alsop, who is 1/8 Filipino. More and more this sort of you'd see creeping in as like these front men, just all these people that were not, who decades ago would be considered to be off-white, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like you brought up Eric Stryker. Eric Stryker is a big supporter of like Golden Dawn, but if you look at Golden Dawn in Greece, like the leader looks like he's like what, a 5-foot looking Mexican.
He looks like he could be my dad.
Yeah, bro. Like the only real like fascist groups they ever supported are browner than them.
Okay, so now you're here and you've been getting the flack from maybe some of your people who followed you before. What's kind of been your experience now that you've come out and are here? Like,
yeah.
Where's your head at with everything?
So there's a few things, right? What's interesting is I've had a alarming amount of people like message me privately saying like, dude, I followed you forever, like, and I was doing the exact same shit. Like, wow.
Oh, wow.
Like a lot of people have reached out to me and have been like, yeah, dude. I mean, like, people that were like half Venezuelan, half white, things like that. And like just all sorts of different combinations. He'd be like, yeah, dude. I mean, I've been, and it'd be from like mestizos to like, I guess like people who pass as white, or Anglo Latinos, as certain people would call them. And, these people would be like, yeah, I've been hiding my Indian ancestry, but it's, I really like what you're doing because like, a lot, here's the thing. And Tercio's talked about this, but it needs to be emphasized, as often as possible, that these Southern European white nationalists, and I know some of you guys are hate listening to me right now, pay attention right now. So, it's true, you guys that are listening, that there is low key like this idea that like Southern European history is like not as, it's either going to be framed in two ways. It's going to be framed as it's not as impressive as what the Germanic and Nordic people and the British Isle people were up to, or whenever Southern Europeans were at their peak, that's when they were actually like racially Germanic and they mixed over time. That's usually one of the two main things that you hear. And it's like, dude, if you're a Southern European white nationalist listening to me right now, like, why do you want to be a second grade tier white? Like, what do you gain from that? Like, that's just like house Negro behavior.
Well, it's fear, because I've seen immigration posts, like anti-immigration posters from England during like the 1900s. They were like the like, I'm gonna use this vulgarly, like the Mexicans. They would have propaganda saying like they're gonna come, they're gonna steal your women, they're gonna like rape and steal.
Yeah, even in the UK, and you have
the UK
Polish
treated
sentiments.
The Italians like shit, and they
not
treat
just
the Polish people like shit today.
It's mostly the Polish thing, and the Polish are sometimes even whiter than actual like Anglo-Saxon Britons. Some of them are more blonde and more fair-eyed.
Well, the British actually mixed a lot with the Polish, believe it or not.
Yeah,
in Poland.
But I can offer an explanation as to why these Southern European white nationalists are willing to do that, are willing to basically prostrate themselves. And the thing is that it's because of what's going on in Europe right now. So as we all know, Europe is having this sort of demographic shift where the native European population is declining, the birth rates are just plummeting down, and there is this, combined with this, there's this massive immigration of non-whites into Europe. Most of them tend to be from the Middle East, North Africa, and Sub-Saharan Africa. And so a lot of these individual European countries and the people that live within them are starting to develop a pan-European racial consciousness.
Plus, real quick, something you need to add in as well is, well, yes, they're getting a lot of non-European immigrants. Also, these Western European countries, the number one immigrant group are these Eastern and Southern Europeans that are coming in and getting very confused in places like Britain and Germany and France. But yeah, sorry, keep going.
Yeah, but here's the thing, because I've seen it from people like, say, for example, what's his name, the Golden One. I'm pretty sure you're aware of him.
Yeah.
So exactly. So he has no issue connecting with Greeks and with Italians and with Poles, and he always talks big on them. He's like, yeah, you guys are saving Europe and all that. And I'm sure that the Southern European nationalists are reciprocating that. They're like, oh yeah, look at this Swedish buff guy. He's talking big about us. He's like, we're saving Europe, guys. We're like, so this type of thing. That's where this hesitancy to like they're willing to become second class citizens because they see the survival of Europe demographically as a greater goal. If in other words, if I get called the equivalent of a Mexican, but if that means that Greece is going to remain quintessentially Greek, I'm willing to take that.
But here's the thing, that's like fringe, because like actual fascist groups like Casa Pound and all that, and like Golden Dawn reject like that Nordic and pan-European identity, especially with Nords after the EU collapsed Southern Europe. And who runs the EU? Germanics and their puppet state of Belgium.
The Franks.
But
I want to point out that's, and for Europe, our European listeners, or our Merrimack listeners who may be more on the med side, what Klaus is pointing out is it's actually a trap, and yet, like, zoom out for a bit and you see how this like is globalism. Like, this is exactly going to feed into that which you fear, because what you're doing is, say there's 3 or 4 races of Europe, right? You got the Med, the Slavic, the Germanic, or whatever, or the Celtic. You want to blend those into this generic white identity, which really is, it really is a tool of, I would say, Anglo-Frankish power, okay? Because they're the ones who own the copyright on white. So everyone else is just periphery white, white with a little asterisk. But so we're gonna blend these 4 races into this arbitrary white identity, and so it's like you went from 4 to 1, and then the same thing in Africa, right? We're gonna get the Bantus and the Horners and the Berbers and everyone in between and around, and we're gonna just call them black. And so now you went from 16, 20 races in the world, and you just made 4 colors. And then what's the next step from that? You see how this is just going down a slippery slope, where you by creating this arbitrary white identity, you're actually deserving your ancestors if you're Italian, if you're Greek, or if you're Scandinavian, because you're erasing who your ancestors were, their worldview, their customs, their cultures, their traditions, and you're saying that they were all like this European white that didn't come as a concept till after Napoleon and after the Enlightenment and after the Anglo ascendancy. So it's like you're going to Protestantize the Greeks.
You know what it is? I think it's also a sense of guilt from central and like quote unquote white Europeans, especially British, because I noticed a lot of British like WigNats promote like no more brother wars and all that, and then I talk to like Irish like nationalists that be like, oh, no more brother wars with England, because like also if you think about it, England on the European continent and the Franks too have been like quite oppressive to other Europeans, like what England did to Ireland.
Even Germans. I mean, what did they do to Germans during World War I and II?
Exactly. I'm surprised the potato famine isn't considered a genocide. And that's why these Europeans push that, is because they feel guilty. And they also know that, like, let's say they do get rid of the Jews and all the black people. They know that, like, as soon as that's gone, they're going to war again.
Yeah, but yeah, it's basically a unifying force that's tying together these, from what you can see, quite disparate nationalist European groups. And I think, Noel, I'm pretty sure you've noticed this, but there's a very similar pattern of behavior with these Southern European nationalists in mainland Europe, France, and the UK, and Hispanos in the US. Because we've talked about this before, this deal with the devil, where if you sell your ethnicity and you become an average deracinated American, you're going to have everything taken care of you. You're going to have those 2 cars and that big house, and you're going to have 5 credit cards, and you're going to live big, dumb, and happy, right? That's kind of the deal that Hispanos are being given by Anglo society. Well, somewhat similar, but not exactly the same deal is being offered to these Southern Europeans by the Nordicists. So they're basically telling them, hey, if you do our dirty work for us, if you stop these migrants, and if you fight them in the streets and all that, we're going to give you full official white status. We're not even going to call you honorary anymore. You're pan-European. You're part of Mother Europa. You can settle in Germany if you want. I don't know if I want you dating my daughter though, but you'll be part of us, sort of, and we'll see how it goes. So
please sign up for my paywall.
It's always a grift, dog. That's what I'm noticing with these cats, man. It's always a fucking grift. It's like these niggas don't got like side hustles. They can't like make, you know what I'm saying? Like it's always, man, it reminds me a lot of like the stereotype of the black preacher that's like always in his congregation in the hood, and he's like, come on, y'all, like, pastor's got to get a new car, pastor's got to get a new suit. It's like,
well, yeah, dude.
They act very Jewish.
I was gonna say, basically, if you look at TRS, like, what does Mike Enoch do if you really just analyze him? Like, he is aspiring to be like a white Al Sharpton, essentially. Like, his goal is anytime any white person on Earth gets wronged in any way, he's here to step in and rant about it for 2 hours because he's got to do it for 8 hours a week.
Version.
Sharpton. OG's got to get himself a new car. OG's got to get himself a new suit.
But that's this thing I noticed with black and white nationalists, because I studied both quite a bit, and it's like, if you like, a lot of it is just we was Kangs posting extremely, and then on top of that, it's just like just outrage porn, like constantly sharing like compilations of like people from another perceived race attacking your own is constantly shared, and they just get really mad, and it becomes just the thing that they do like every day. And then basically they just take up this very racial grievance policies where they just want to bitch about everything 24/7 and just say we was Kangs, and not actually like form cohesive communities that are going to be like beneficial for working class white people and black people that they both claim to represent.
Yeah, that's why I had to leave 4chan, because it was getting too much, bro. Like, that's literally all he talked about. It's like, oh, well, let's see what the blacks are up to nowadays. And like, yo, guys, don't forget that we was the master race and she. And like, there was just no action. Like, after Trump got elected and after they did the whole Shia LaBeouf thing, there was no actionable plan on 4chan anymore. It was just literally, just racist posting.
Well, and this is something that I want to talk to the audience real quick, is you want to look out for the people who keep you emotional, whether it's fear or this like hubris level pride, kind of narcissism. You want to be conscious of yourself. If you're feeling emotional, good or bad, then you need to be careful with who you're dealing with, because when you're in an emotional state, you're being controlled by someone, you're being pimped by someone. And that's really what it comes down to. And if they're selling you fear, I saw a clip today, and I'm gonna have to do a response video because this guy's been mentioning my name. He's from the WigNat circles. Forget his first name, Parrott.
Matthew Parrott.
Matthew Parrott. And he keeps trying to characterize, I guess, our position as being anti-white. And it's just like, it's so funny to me to hear these WigNats characterized as they have this fear that like, and you know what it is? I understand it. It is this guilty conscience that Anglos have. And what's sad is that if you're not an Anglo, but you identify as white, you now carry that guilty conscience of what you are. Because historically, whether you like it or not, the Anglos have been pirates. Okay, their empire was built on piracy and alchemy and usury. Okay, this is historical fact. And so because they're not tied into the ancient apostolic church, they no longer have the sacrament of confession, right? So they can't get rid of the guilt of their sins. And so now he thinks that the Hispanics are going to arm up and come kick our ass for having taken half of Mexico and bullied Central America and do all the stuff that we've done in order to build our preeminence in this continent. Now that the sun is setting on us, now that we're in our 50s, right? And now these guys are in their 20s, and there's 4 times as many of them as there is me. Now that I'm no longer the big white dude on the block punking the little Indios, now the Indios now they grown up and I'm an old fuck. They got this guilty conscience, but there's no revenge on the vengeance is of the Lord. We're not here to attack whites of today for any historical grievances. We'll call them out for what they are, but we're not here to exact revenge. We don't hate white people. We don't hate Europe. Okay. We, on paper or technically, culturally, we're half European ourselves. Now that's the whole thing. You don't consider Spain quite Europe. It's like it's Europe adjacent. For some reason, you think you have the copyright on, and which is why we reject white identity.
They'll lust after Spanish Nazi girls, though. They like that.
Yeah. We're not here to seek revenge. No, this is the moment that you and I have woken up to in the world. This is the reality of this moment. Demographically speaking, whether you like it or not, Hispanics are in an ascendancy. And it's only going to continue because, again, the demographic moment is such that there's 700 million of us, and that we're averaging in our 20s. So you're going to have a huge boom when these millennials and Zoomers get with families, start forming families, and many of us already are. And so when I'm up here on my soapbox telling them, hey, you got to do that, and you got to do it right. Go back to church. We started this stream with a prayer. So
yes, sir.
we're trying to regather our ethnicity, reinvigorate our ethnicity, because luckily, thank God, by his grace, our ethnic roots are still green. They've been tattered for 200 years. By our own people. You see, we're not going to blame the Anglos and the French for the sins that our own people committed when they broke apart the empire.
What do you mean we don't? I mean, they have. I don't disagree with the sense of revenge, right? I don't think it's a bad thing. Like, why, for example, China has this huge idea of like the
yeah, but I don't adhere to that because vengeance is of the Lord.
Yeah, and like I didn't leave like being a racist to just be like a mestizo supremacist, to be quite honest. I'm not here to just be like, yo, fuck every other group. Like, no, like I've learned that like hating people for something they've been born into, just like phenotypically is really fucking stupid. You shouldn't do that.
But there's some kind.
One is like, what I'm trying to say is that there, for example, Argentina with the Malvines, Venezuela with the Guyanas, Guatemala with Belize, all of that, even Cuba with Guantanamo. You know what I mean? It's not like we don't have a geopolitical program against.
Oh,
yeah, but that's not based on revenge. That would be based on irredentism and just reclaiming what we have. But it's not like we're gonna retake my.
But you can call it whatever you want, though. It in their perception is revanchism, which I don't find necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, I agree with Carlos. I agree with Carlos.
I agree. There's some, and this is what I was getting into. There's some caveats here. Look, man, like it sucks that whatever program your ancestors set up brought you guys to the point where you're at today. Just like we're not going to blame the fall of the Spanish Empire and our preeminent status as a unity in this hemisphere that we had for 300 years. We're not going to blame that on the French and the Anglos. They took advantage of our foolishness. We're going to first take responsibility for our own mistakes. But now we're waking up to our mistakes. We're owning them up. And now they got to do the same thing. And we, in a sense, look, we're neighbors in this continent. This is my attitude, at least. We're neighbors.
The problem is that it doesn't matter whether they recognize their mistake. Their mistake is the reason why they have the way we perceive their mistake is the reason why they're superior geopolitically to us. You know what I mean? So they don't have to recognize and make a revision of America because they benefit from the fact that America has been a superior.
That's the reality. Yeah,
I see
that's
what
I'm getting. That is the reality. So that's kind of where I'm getting to. It's like, look, again, we're neighbors in this continent. It'd be best if neighbors can get along. We didn't have drama. We didn't have beef. We didn't have to check each other on the streets or whatever. It'd be best if there was no drama. But the reality is that, again, in this moment, we're in the ascendancy. You're demographically, it's just the way it is. Your civilizational values were very good at extracting wealth from the world and building an industrial society, overdoing it to the point where you've hollowed your insides out. Our society and our civilization, our values were better at producing children and family. And at the end of the day, it's like the hare and the turtle. You know what I'm saying? The hair is very good for a while, but the turtle's slow and steady, and here it comes, about to pass you up. So the reality is, we do got to come to the negotiating table at some point. It may not be this generation, it may not be the next, it may be the following. At some point, we're gonna have to, hold on, let me finish. At some point, we're gonna have to sit down and we're gonna have to talk about Las Malvinas. We're gonna have to talk about Guyana. We're gonna have to talk about Guantanamo and Puerto Rico. We're gonna have to talk about California and Texas and Southern Florida. I mean, this is a reality. Now, again, the point that Carlos made is that this is a hard moment, because whether you like it or not, whether, you know, some Wignats will tell me like, look, dude, that's the elites who are in bed with the Jays, and we didn't do that foreign policy. You know, we didn't want to come down and break apart the Mexican empire. We didn't want, that wasn't us. But the reality is, well, are you even calling it out? Do you want to fix it? Because if you do, you're risking your preeminent status. And so that's a situation that these people are stuck in, that, you know, they say like, if you don't like us, if you don't like our culture and our values, why are you in our countries? Well, because you came to our countries and fucked them up. And what are we going to do? We're going to just let you fuck us? No, we're going to come back and we're going to get something, whatever the fuck we can, we're going to come back and get it. Now, if you don't want us here, then step the fuck back and get out of our hemisphere. Get out of our world. Stop intervening, whether directly or indirectly, covertly or kinetically. Stop intervening. The risk is that if you stop intervening, you're going to get overshadowed pretty quickly. Why? Well, you're talking about a much bigger landmass. You're talking about a much bigger population. You're talking about a culture that's able to absorb outsiders much better than yours. So it's kind of like when Jefferson said about slavery, that it's like holding a wolf by the ears. You hate holding it, but you can't let it go either, because it's going to bite you. So that's the dynamic that the Anglo system has set up towards Hispanos. And here we are today. Go ahead.
No, but notice, this is important. The American identity is just like the Spanish or the Hispanic identity.
It's imperial. Yes, you've talked about it.
Imperial identity. And why is America in decadence? Because no one believes in the salvific notion of the empire anymore. No one believes in it, because it's bullshit in the American sense. Manifest destiny, all of that. No one believes in that. And so they need to, if they still call themselves American nationalists, they still want to have preeminence in the world, right? But the problem that I have here is like, look, there are like two types that I observed. There are like this type of, so the problem is that the U.S., maybe the Anglo culture is in decadence, right? And so on and so on. But the structure of the U.S., the imperial structure of the U.S., not the message, not the ideology behind it, the structure, the pure mechanical structure of the state and the imperial power, you know, the military bases, the economic power, is still going to be there, right?
Yes.
But that was a product precisely of the manifest destiny of all of that. So I don't know. So sorry.
Yes, we've discussed this before. So Carlos, so again, here's my not really like counterpoint, but like here's how I think we can solve this. You know, once we have the Southwest, Florida, El Esequibo, Malvinas, all that, and so once we start expanding, at that point we can start redefining what it even means to be American. So how the same way that the United States has made us into republics. I mean, especially look at the case of Colombia and Panama, right? We can start doing the same thing to them. So we can put our cards on the table and say, look, let us do one thing, right? Let us have what's ours, what has been rightfully ours. You dismantle this American empire that you have. No more military bases around the world. No more State Department promoted LGBTQ nonsense. None of that stuff. Split and become republics. So, you know, Cascadia, the South, New England, whatever, right? And maybe we're not even going to let you become a federal union. Like, you have to be actual literal republics, just like Colombia, just Venezuela, just like that.
And stop encouraging Hispanics joining your white nationalist group too. Stop that shit.
The thing is,
Stop doing that. And hold up. What you're gonna get in return is all your pure 99% Nordic white demographics that you so desire. Right.
Yeah,
So
we'll
you
work
get
with you for that.
yeah,
We'll do it.
yeah. Well, I'm more than willing to give them New England as 100% Aryan homeland, whatever. Just as long as they abide to those terms. No more empire.
We are just in this sense. Of course, this is our like long term goals. Maybe 300 years from now or 200 years from now. You know what I mean? But this is what we wish for, and it is not like we are sympathetic to the Wignats views. Of course not. We're and I'm gonna. It's just like the Chinese. Their idea of like the 100 years of humiliation. We've been like this for 200 years now. The 19th century was a huge humiliation. The 20th century was a huge humiliation for us. You know why do Chinese people have the monopoly on revenge? That's a problem that I have with the idea of some like liberal, like classical liberal, right-wing classical liberals in Latin America who they constantly talk about, oh, don't victimize, don't they use this word victimization, right? And no, I don't want to victimize myself. You know, I want to take the arms and do it. You know, I'm not going to cry about it. I want to finish. I want to take the arms and do it. You know
it's
what
round two. It's round two. But it's like, dude, you know what it is? It's like that kid who, you know, is kind of your homie or whatever. Like you kind of tolerate him and he likes to horseplay and he likes to punch. And the moment you want to engage him and actually like scrap and like, you know, okay, you want to go for it and you start beating him, you start choking him out. He's like, he wants to stop playing. All of a sudden he doesn't want to wrestle anymore. All of a sudden he wants to come together and be homies. And that is what the Anglos are doing right now. And if all the other European descended people in the United States, the Amerimats, want to fall for that program. If you want to believe that we have something against this white people, go ahead and believe that. But you're gonna pick a fight with someone it's not even your fight. It's not your fight.
I mean,
white identity serves the Anglo agenda. And the Anglo agenda is part and parcel with the J agenda and the liberal, classic liberal, big L liberal agenda. Do you want to be foot soldiers for that? If you do, then don't cry when we make you tap out.
I don't even think. I mean, we don't need to satisfy the point of view of the Anglos. Of course not. What the problem is, like, you have Hispanics inside of those groups, and what are they doing? They're just recognizing they're recognizing that they are inferior. And second, they're
cucks. They're cucks. Just like the Hispanics who cuck for the blacks are afraid of black. These fools are afraid of white.
Give them time, Carlos. That's gonna change.
Look at the example of this is a guy. His name is Pedro Gonzalez. He's like a conservative, but extremely pick-me conservative, extremely anti-immigration and Hispanophobic. This guy, he looks like a fucking New Mexican Hispanic or something like that. He's a mestizo guy, right? Mm-hmm. And he's always talking about conservatives, republics, like the conservatives. What are you trying to conserve? What are you trying to conserve, Pedro Gonzalez? Look at your fucking skin. You look at your fucking last name. You know, what are you conserving? Are you conserving the Anglo tradition? I'm sure like Washington or Hamilton, or Hamilton, especially Hamilton, who was aware of the Anglican heritage and all of that. He will roll in his grave if the person that is representing Anglo values and conserving them is a fucking mestizo with his last name being his Gonzalez. So I think, I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but I think the only thing that he's conserving is the sperm of the Anglos in his mouth, pretty much.
Nice. That's a good one. I like that.
That's pretty much all of these. Look like Mestizo Sumer. Like, how fucking Mestizo Sumer is like this Nick Fuentes guy with a siege mask on TikTok. He's a fucking Indio, dude. He's not even a mestizo. Like, I look at him and I say, dude, you're not even. Of course, he's like a mestizo Indio. Let's put it that way. But he's a fucking Indio, dude. And come on, dude, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're
Carlos,
like,
Yeah,
Carlos,
he's got
Carlos,
the square
These
head
people
and
are,
everything.
Carlos. These people are literally under the age of 25, bro. Don't worry
yeah,
about it.
I know that, but there's like more
Me,
people like that.
If we stay the course, and we keep expanding, these people are going to inevitably come to our cause.
And
Because this whole
not only that, but also the WigNats, as a result of the Capitol Hill protests and the mass shootings that have occurred throughout these years, they're going to be getting a huge federal crackdown very, very soon. It's coming. Like, just mark my words, it is going to happen. These people are going to get locked up in insane amount of numbers because they're going to be set up on conspiracy charges and all these sorts of things, because these are really dumb people that are involved in these organizations. And as this sort of happens, and as these people kind of like are going to drop from these movements in mass numbers, they're going to be more obscure online to find, and people like us are going to be who Mestizos are going to be able to easily find online in the future. Like, we should be very optimistic about like the propaganda efforts that we're going to be able to put out here in the ensuing years. Like, do not be depressed at all. Like, here's the thing. I want to just say this before we open up the lines.
I'm just saying.
Hold on. But real quick, I just want to say this before we open up the lines and let other people on and maybe ask questions. I feel like this is important to emphasize. It's that, like, a large reason for why these sorts of mestizos end up joining these white nationalist like spheres online is because of like two main reasons. So one is we don't know our own history. And I say this as a history major guy who got his diploma. They don't really teach you much about, Latin American history at all. It's all just, it's very just North American centric in American history classes. And you're not learning anything of substance when it comes to like, how Hispanics even really were treated in the Southwest historically, and just, Hispanic American history, south of Mexico as well. And the problem is that these WigNats and these social justice warriors both paint a very similar picture that they sell to our people, our young men and women, that like, oh, the Black legend was real. Like, you're just a rape baby, and like, you should be ashamed of yourself because you're just this mutt. You're just this genetic freak, even though like, they'll low key think that these girls are really hot and want to date them and, have kids with them. It's schizophrenic. I know. And then there's another thing too, where, a lot of right now, and for the past several years, this was something that I noticed as well. There haven't really been any genuine like pro-Hispanic groups or spheres online that like don't embrace degenerate values. Like, and as a result of that, because for a long time, the only places you'd find Hispanics are maybe in like Nazbol circles where like everyone there's fucking gay, like literally gay. And then like, as when you had things like that, and then they'd look at like, the white-ish sphere where at least on paper, on the surface, they try to embrace more traditional values, even though these people don't live traditional values IRL, but they at least say that and pay lip service to it. I think that more than anything is attracting these young men and women over to these groups, when in reality, we're actually way more traditional than these people ever could be. You guys get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, 100%. Like everything.
We don't want to become Irish or Italian.
Right. We don't want to go that way. We don't want to be deracinated. And, yesterday we were talking to Radical Factino, and he basically admitted that he wants to deracinate us. His agenda will deracinate Hispanics, and down will go consumerist lane without any customs, culture, tradition, identity, sense of history, sense of legacy, nothing, absolutely nothing. Let me read off this statement that
I was going to say real quick, Radical, if you're listening, if you're ever willing to, I'll have a one-on-one sit down with you, and we can actually have like a real debate. We had a, pleasant conversation where I got to learn about your views. And, if you're feeling very cocky that your views are, superior to like the ones espoused by people like us, set up a monitor or a moderator. And I'd love to be able to, just do hopefully a civil debate with you, because I think it would reveal a lot of things. Yeah. That's all I'm saying there.
So let me read this. We don't have anything against white people. We just don't care to save them. We are Hispanics, bruh. Not white or black or Asian. Why should we care about blacks and Asians or whites? The fuck? That's pretty much what we're saying. We don't have nothing anybody.
No,
go ahead.
I'm the one that said that, and I was gonna say, yeah, I mean, I don't know why we should care about other ethnic groups or other races besides us. You know, I don't get it. Honestly, I don't know why some of these Hispanics want to care so much for whites. Like, I don't. I mean, to me, I mean, I think most of the time, it's like young ass fucking like mestizo kids that are like 16, 17, and like they all tend to like just be trolls and like they want to like just piss off people. So like they align themselves with white nationalists and Nazis, and then like they just troll. Like honestly, I can say
I
it.
think it's more than that, though. Let me
Most
just
of the ones
hold
I
on real
met,
quick, real quick. I think it's a little bit more than that in some cases. And let me give you an example. So I have, for example, a white American who's a Polish descent stepdad, and he's played a very crucial role in my life. You know, I'm definitely feel very accepted by that side of the family, as well as, from the other parts of my actual like biological ancestry. And I think something that a lot of people don't realize is that, like, in America, especially in the countries you guys are from, not necessarily the Midwest as much, but it's like you have the situation where a lot of us have intermarried with whites to such a degree that, like, yeah, obviously we're going to have more sympathy towards a lot of them because we see certain anti-white, like, messages that the media promotes. And it's like, yeah, you feel for that guy who's like a white family member of yours. And like, he's a nice guy, never did anything wrong to you. He's not racist, but he's still a part of this, ongoing attack that, the Judeo-Anglo-Masonic empire pushes as a way of just inducing more ethnic schizophrenia on the rest of the population.
I
Yeah,
was just saying, I
exactly.
mean, I can't really like. But I was gonna say I can't really like. I mean, I get your point, but me personally, I can't relate to that because like where I'm from, it's like 90% Mexican. Like I never like really like lived around that many white people, so I can't really say. But
Sure, yeah, but I mean, look at like interracial marriage stats, for example. The most common couple
I
by
can see
far,
that.
it's Hispanics and whites.
Hispanics are taking all the women of every race. You're starting to see in California a lot of Hispanics and Asians, and it's gonna get bigger. Trust me, because all the Hispanic dudes, the pochos, they're kind of tired of the pochas, and so I'm seeing way, way, way more dudes that I grew up with. All of a sudden, they got Vietnamese and Filipino wives.
Yeah, and dude, and like basically, especially because a lot of these Asians live in like very like hyper like places in California where you see a lot of hyper liberalized deracinated whites, they're starting to view like very masculine Hispanic men as they're just naturally more like, drawn into them. And like this was something I actually noticed growing up personally. It's like the only time I've ever been asked out by women ever in my life were like Asian girls, that was the only time that ever happened. Usually I would have to, ask girls out myself. But yeah, a lot of these Asian girls, they see us as like, a similar-ish to whites in terms of appearance, but like much more masculine. And I think they're really starting to catch on to us more now.
Damn, I gotta go to Korea, bro.
I don't think talking about this is like worth it about like women and this type of stuff. But in regards to being anti-white, um, I don't feel I'm anti, but we are anti-white. Anti-whiteness is a bad thing because it invites for barbarism, especially in academic spheres, and it also invites for the destruction of in their interpretation of our religious values and so on and so on.
And it allows them to try and subvert our talking points and our like way of life where they're like, hey, you should turn on the white Hispanics too.
But we're not anti-white. I mean,
no,
we're not anti-white. We are anti-Anglos and anti-Anglos mainly.
Anti-gringo, dude, because gringo culture is anti-culture. Gringo culture is anti-ethnic. Gringo culture is bad for Hispanics. It's bad for blacks. It's bad for Anglos. It's bad for Germans. It's bad for the world. Gringo culture, modern liberalism is bad. And that's what gringo culture is. And the United States is the gringo empire.
And it is important to highlight that the origin, because there's always this narrative among some conservatives, that America before the 50s was a different thing. Yeah, it was a different thing, of course. But the origins of America, the America of today, the consolidation of the society the American society was the ultimate bourgeois construction. It was based on a market, so that's why they have a false communism. I think I always make this remark, and there's a continuation between that America and today's America. And even if it wasn't there was a rupture, a complete rupture. It doesn't matter for us. I mean, it's not that I liked the Protestant or Anglican pre-colonial society necessarily. Of course, there's important stuff about Gothic America, but it is whatever. It's not my culture.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
that's what I'm saying, Carlos. The thing is that once we have enough momentum, we can start to redefine what America even is and completely strip it of its salvific and empirical and manifest destiny like nature. It's all about what we managed to do as a civilization and then set the terms of what they should do in the very similar way that they set the terms that we should abide by. And my only thing
exactly.
is that I don't want, because a lot of white Americans, low key, they will agree with you that, yeah, I'm sick and tired of gringo culture. Like, I'm sick and tired of my culture being defined by twerking and fucking
Coca-Cola.
American football, Coca-Cola, and that type of thing. They want something new. Now, whether we're gonna give it to them, if we're gonna be that generous or not, that's a totally different thing.
Rancho,
But I
I
think
was gonna, yeah, sorry. I'll let you finish, but like I need to ask Rancho something right after.
I have a
okay, yeah,
question
no,
for Billy.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Are you done with your thought, Klaus?
Yeah, I'm pretty much done with my thought. It's like we can redefine what it is to be what America is, and they'll even like it. I'm sure that they will 100% agree. It's like, yeah, just save us, deliver us from this degeneracy that we've
Well,
been.
let me
Granted.
on that point, and let me let
And then I'm done. I'm done. I'm gonna leave the studio actually.
Well, I'm not
See
going
you.
to ask you a question, Rancho. It's just like I believe that. Please, can I please ask you to pull up that video I sent you?
which
A
one?
while, like a few days ago, where it's Mike Enoch's wife contributing content to the Daily Show. I think we should really play it now.
All right, let me find it. But let me touch on the point while I do that. Let me touch on the point that Klaus made, and it's like, the reason why the Spanish were able to take over Mesoamerica and the Andes. Yes, they had cannons. Yes, they used diplomacy extremely well. Yes, they used, they allied with certain tribes to go against other tribes. They did all that. But that doesn't make the new system stick. What made the new system stick is that it was a better system on average for most people. Right? Whatever this new system that the Spanish came to introduce into the Americas, for your average Indio in Mesoamerica, in the Andes, it was superior to what the previous regime had for them, which is why you had a flourishing after that for 300 years. So, I can see how, again, by us going back to our roots, us healing our history, us going back to understanding really our ethnogenesis over the last 500 years, right? Zooming out from the last 200 years as these failed republics and really seeing our history on a more macro scale. If in that investigation, which I think goes hand in hand with a spiritual conversion, as we can all see, right? Because we've all kind of got ourselves back to church here. And even learning about church and understanding it, right? Understanding Christ, understanding Logos. If in that a better system is cooked up and offered to people, people will resonate with it because it will be better than what this system is offering them. And I think we have an opportunity through that work, through that homework process, right? To cook that better system up, to come up with something that's superior to what's here before. And no one else has that potential. The Black Americans don't have that potential. The Asians don't have that potential. The white Americans don't have that potential. The Canadians don't have that potential. The Mexicans don't have that potential. The Cubans don't have that. The Venezuelans don't have that potential. But as Hispanics, we do. So I wanted to make a point.
Oh, yes, I have a.
What do you mean our Bolivarian spirit do not have that potential? But I mean, what what Klaus said about. Sorry, I'll finish this point about saving them. I don't think they necessarily accept it. I mean,
Yeah.
They don't deserve to be saved.
Not only that, I'm not advocating for
please.
violence. I'm not advocating for anything of this. Of course, I'm just saying that also violence.
Speaking
I'm speaking in a political term, in a political sense. I mean, and they feel so egocentric about their culture, their values, precisely because the U.S. has epistemic, economical, and political and cultural supremacy over the world. You know, and they feel proud. There's a sense of proudness about it. You know what I mean? That's why they don't fucking care about other cultures. That's why if you ask an American about like point this country in a map, they wouldn't care because they don't need to. You know, they are the fucking world. You know, sadly. And I don't think I mean they would rather have this global homo empire than a Hispanic Southwest. Let's put it that way. You know.
In my perspective, this Hispanicity that we're all elaborating and expressing is a life that we live. It's not simply only just an ideology or something mental. It's something that we communicate with. We love people that are Hispanic. We eat with people. We listen to music. We worship with people. It's a shared tradition that spans thousands of years.
It's still alive. It's still alive. I mean, it's
still alive.
Still alive.
And it's simply an invitation. We invite other cultures to participate with us, but we have to respect their freedom to also reject us.
Yes.
I want to ask Billy a question.
Yeah, ask your question.
Sure thing, yeah. And anyone here, if you want to ask me questions, tonight's the night to do it. I'm here to spill all the secrets of how this works.
No, I'm not.
He's
I
Guillermo.
just want to ask him a simple question.
Oh yeah, his name is Guillermo. Guillermo. Okay, go ahead.
Guillermo. Okay, Guillermo. All right. I know him as Billy, but Guillermo, whatever.
Yeah.
So, Guillermo, I have a question. So you were influenced by these alt-right people, right? When you were, I guess, younger and more naive. But did you actually like share a life with them? Did you participate in a real life with them, or was this all just online?
That's a good question. So I will say this: there is actually a handful of people that, like live generally close to me who I met them through certain avenues. I'll put it that way. It wasn't like I met up at a local, what do you call it? Like a white nationalist group event, because I was never going to those things. I've never been a member of those things because I always wanted to be low key. But, sometimes I'd meet people that were more like kind of like, I don't know, especially during the Trump election, there was a lot of networking that went on. And I've had a lot of friends back then who, yeah, they were white, they were like, but they were my friends and they kind of just accepted me who I were. Now, pretty much all of these guys are done being white nationalists. Like they're all done. It was kind of like a fad for a lot of us. But yeah, they grew out of it and I'm still friends with them. And, they have, a lot of them are having kids now and I'm really happy for them. Like, just, this is what I mean. I don't hate white people. Like, it's just like, I'm tired of this white people falling into this trap that ends up just ruining their lives and for nothing.
It's an Anglo trap, dude. Let's call it for what it is, man. Anglo in this continent are the copyright holders of whiteness. And you, at best, are going to be a junior partner in that law firm.
But dude, even a lot of these guys who I was friends with, like these were Anglo descended people too. And even they were like, dude, this is dumb. Like,
again, this is okay. What happened to the Anglos historically? They broke away from the church. They broke away from Logos. Okay. They invited in the usurious bankers to bankroll their pirate empire into something more legitimate, because all they did was prey on Spanish ships for 100 years.
Yeah, and dude, one of my actual like Anglo friends that I had, and he's like entirely Anglo ancestry. It's really cool. Like, it started out him and I were like both racist many years ago, but now he's telling me that he's married to a very, very pretty mestiza girl from Mexico, and his father gave him the talk of like, yeah, you're gonna marry my daughter, like you're gonna embrace being Mexican. You're gonna, teach your kids Spanish, and like, being Mexican is gonna be something that you are going to implant on your kids, or you're going to piss me off and you don't want to piss me off. And like, I'm happy he's in this relationship. I think he's going to be a lot more happy, you know, with this very nice, and she's a very, very sweet girl. And I think I genuinely wish the best for them, and I hope they have many Hispanic children.
Well,
and I hope
you know,
they're happy.
let me piggyback off that, and then I'm going to pass it over to Taco here. That's what you see happening in Southern California. Okay, if you were a Wignat in the 90s, if you were in a skinhead gang, if you were a Peckerwood in the 90s, dude, almost all those guys have Mexican wives, baby mamas now.
Yo.
Okay? And they're super Mexican wash. Like, Hispanization is a real thing. And you see videos of this. You see videos of guys who are working out in the field, both black and white ones. Okay, and they start talking like Mexicans and they start dancing the music. And Hispanization is a real thing. And you know, it is theoretically open to anybody, but
and
again,
it's not being done by gunpoint either. Like, they're just interacting with us all the time, to the point where it's like, yeah, you know, I really like these people. Like, you know, one of my actually really close friends in this thing that I was, you know, like one of these early on racists that I knew, and he's like done with that shit now. You know, he actually told me a very, very cool story where like his father, who, you know, died a few years ago. His father was one of these guys who was like a Polish immigrant into the United States. And, you know, he was a very, like, you know, traditional working class guy. And, you know, he grew up in a I think I want to say Chicago. And then basically towards the end of his life, he started to realize that, like, he didn't like being around, you know, like older white people, you know, that were just white. He actually ended up, believe it or not, because, you know, he'd work with all these Mexicans throughout his life. He ended up spending the last days of his life, you know, this last like few years, like exclusively just hanging out with Mexicans, and even learned Spanish. And like, they were his brothers. I mean, they were like his best friends until he died. And there's lots of stories like this that just never get talked about. And I think it's beautiful.
And I think that's beautiful. I love it. Taco,
it is
ahead.
beautiful, dude. I mean, it's good to see that sort of shit.
Yeah. Go ahead, Taco.
Yo, thanks, OG. So, Guillermo, man, I just wanted to say thank you, bro. Like, I mean, you helped me look into Castro in a different light. Back when I thought you were a Chinese woman. So, so just real quick, you know, thanks for that. You know,
by the way, Heimbach and me and Marcus, we're actually in a few weeks, we're gonna make the Che Guevara episode. So tune in for that, dude.
Oh yeah, I'll check that out. I actually was in a Facebook group with Jessica Parrott. So right around the time that whole shit went down. So that was actually pretty funny. The whole situation with that and the Traditional Workers Party. But so yeah, I wanted to just real quick share like my you know, history with these movements, the alt-right, Wignats, things like that. So, you know, I grew up in New York, as a lot of people know, in the suburbs. When I grew up, you know, because I'm you know, the same generation as OG, there weren't as many Mexicans as there are now, right? And there weren't as many Hispanics in the suburbs as there was now. And my mom came over, you know, my family came over, my mom, dad, all her brothers, they came over illegally and they got amnesty during Reagan. But they were of the generation that, because they got amnesty and because, like, you know, had an uncle, one of the younger ones, who went in the military, kind of like the late boomers, early Gen Xers, where they wanted to assimilate into the United States and into America. So, you know, my mom raised me to be American. Basically, you know, because I'm very white-skinned and I lived in Westchester, you know, my mom worked several jobs to send me to like the best like nursery schools and things like that. So I was around rich white people, but specifically in Westchester, it's like white Jewish people, right? So those are all the people I knew growing up, all my friends. I didn't really see a distinction until about the end of elementary school, the beginning of middle school, where more and more Mexicans started coming over. You know, they asked me to translate to some of them. You know, I started, clicking with Mexican gangs and like other Mexican kids and programming with them in middle school. High school was really kind of like just like stonerish. But what really got me into the rabbit hole and like your trajectory that you shared and the timelines of external like current events fit mine perfectly. Like with Zimmerman.
Yeah, dude, my experience is not unique. Like a lot of people like don't trust me because I'm like a former WigNat, but it's like, here's the thing. If I really wanted to be in this thing right now in this panel, all I could have done is just delete everything on my social media, just come back as just a complete anonymous person. None of you guys would know. I felt like it was better to show that, yes, this is a problem. I'm not the only one. And I'm going to own up to my mistake and not pull a Mike Enoch where I pretend I'm one thing until I actually get doxxed. It's like, no, maybe I'll be doxxed one day. Doesn't matter to me. But it's like, if I'm going to be doxxed, I would rather be doxxed for being Hispanidad than, this weird sort of like supporting a race war shit. You guys know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
Nigga was trying to show off his neo-Nazi credentials.
I feel you. So like, so check this out.
I'm fucking
right?
with you, man. I'm fucking with you.
Check this out, right? So like, what really got me into all of this stuff, if I could say, like even beforehand, before it even became like WigNat, 4chan, alt-right, like that libertarian to alt-right pipeline, it was really like finding out like internet conspiracy theories, Illuminati stuff. Like I'm from the era that Rancho talks about, like the Bush era, right, with Dave Chappelle and and South Park and all these jokes, stuff like that. But like the actual anti-war movement, right, the anti-war movement that was going on before Obama. So I went to Washington D.C. several times to protest with leftist groups, with socialists, Answer Coalition, like all those groups.
And they're all gay.
Yeah, 9/11 Truth. I was at 9/11 Truth rallies, and going through those things, then to Ron Paul, then to like some libertarian circles like ANCAP. It's just one thing after another, right? And then around that 2014, 2015, 2016 timeline, all those turns of events that you described, I don't have to list them all, but every single one of those things that you described did the exact same thing to my perception, especially when like the whole white Hispanic thing. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Like, you got to pick a side, right? Because like I look white to non-whites, so I might as well be white.
Well, and here's the thing. Like, because I look Arab, I think, in my opinion, or at least I think I did growing up a lot more.
Good. I mean, that's the thing, dude. Mestizo is basically a hapa with other things in it. So it's like, it's very ethnically ambiguous,
But my thing is, though, is like Black Americans often thought I was just like white. So that also played a big role in that as well, because they would treat me like I'm white. And I was just like, okay, I mean, I don't really think so, but
the brown Mexicans, like the more Indio Mexicans that I grew up with, they would call me white boy and they would treat me white. And the fact that I never went back to Mexico and the English was my first language, it just reinforced all those things. So like, when we talk about having that connection to your roots, I didn't have that. So I just assumed this generic American identity. It wasn't until listening to Tercio and Beyond the Wall, and then afterwards Mundo Republiqueto, and then now with Momento Hispano, that it really sunk in the Hispanic nature of my identity and who I am and what makes me.
Yeah, right, and dude, I think a lot of people like in their 20s, like I did, in my mid 20s, we're gonna come to this realization that there is this other alternative, and I think it's gonna be really white pilling for us. Like we have a lot of things to look forward to in the future. Do not be black pilled at all. But I wanted to ask real quickly: is this the actual Radical Latino on here? I was just curious.
No, it's someone else.
How do you know?
Because
it doesn't have the logo and it says Radical Latinx.
Yeah.
And he would have been spurging out at this moment.
Yeah, also
he would. He would be losing it.
Also, in regards to everything that we're talking about now, I think, I mean, if you have Gonzalez, Martinez, Diaz in your name, I almost feel like Hispanic, this like tradition is almost like this metaphysical thing, almost, right? and I think if you speak with people that have yeah, certain like sensible, just like conservative sensibilities, Catholic sensibilities, you're going to understand what we're saying. You know what I mean? Um, so I think we should invite all of these. I don't know. We should invite and make a debate with Mestizo Sumer, for example, who is like
Oh yeah, dude. I would love just
Kyle,
any if
Carlos,
any
I
mestizo.
need to.
I was gonna say real quick, if
Kyle.
any mestizo like fucking white supremacists, like you think you're hot shit, like I know white supremacy better than all of you guys. Fucking challenge me to debate, I will destroy you. Just making that clear right now.
I love
you
how you
know,
show off your Nazi,
I
well, not
think
neo-Nazi
that.
backgrounds. Sorry.
Pardon me.
you
I
know
think
what's
that most.
sorry.
I
Go
think
ahead.
that most of us who lived in the. I guess I was young enough to remember the 2000s. I guess more like end Bush era, beginning of Obama era, and there was a lot of like. I remember there was a time, but there was a lot of. There was a lot of tension against Mexicans and Hispanos, like in that era, and I think a lot of us. A lot of us transitioned out of the confusion of that because we felt like outcasts and we needed a sense of acceptance. So a lot of us diverged into like this gringo leftism or this gringo right fanaticism. I remember walking down in middle school, walking down the locker room, and this kid was like this random kid. He looks at me and he calls me a gringo, and I'm not a gringo, fucking an immigrant. I'm like, what? I'm an immigrant? Like, there was also this time in that where like I don't know if the New York Mexicans remember where in Long Island or upstate there was like this home of a Mexican family where a couple of white kids just burned them down inside of it, like a whole entire family. This happened like in the 2000s. And so I think a lot of us felt alienated, and this is why we try to like almost like I don't want to say cucking, but almost like like hey, we're not we can participate in this gringo society. We can be just like you. We can be like almost like the Uncle Tom in a way.
Well, I didn't see it necessarily that way, right? I didn't make that conscious decision that way, right? So the way I saw it, was that I have white skin. I live in a white / Jewish / rich American suburb, and also like I think the same way. The values and everything that I was taught in school, the Enlightenment thinkers, Locke, Jefferson, Paine, all that, I embraced that. So those were my values because I didn't have anything else. Like how Rancho says, is that coming back to the church and coming back to the faith kind of is a bridge. It brings you back to this. And like the two things coincide with me in my timeline, that, once I came back to the faith is when I really fully started to embrace this idea of Hispanidad. So it wasn't a conscious thing for me necessarily that, oh, please accept me. I had already seen myself as separate from my other Hispano brothers and sisters, especially the ones that are on the more Indio side of the scale and Mestizo side of the scale.
no, and it is important to highlight that. Um, I mean, I think my experience is different because I came here when I was an adolescent, and I came from a fairly. My friends here, all of them speak Spanish or like Persian, like me. So I have a different experience than you guys.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, very much.
I'm completely unaware of TRS and all of that. I know Tercio. Tercio he's a friend of my. He's like the cousin of my mom best friend in Venezuela, so that's why I know him.
Oh, nice.
Yo, but Carlos, one quick point for Carlos. Like, I know I know you said the thing about the gringos would rather like, be Chinese and whatever, than accept a Hispano Southwest and Florida. But it's not really their choice to make, as you yourself said. Our strongest, weapon is a demographic one, and we can have other weapons that we can use to force them to basically take our position. So you can say that. Yeah, but time is not on their side. Again, maybe it's because you're a little younger
that you have this kind of more, I don't want to say doomer mentality, but it's,
like both of us.
sorry?
Aren't we 19?
No, bro. I'm in my mid-20s. No.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you a young nigga. So
It's a
no, don't worry,
big
bro.
difference, bro. Shit, I'm like
It's like
10 years on you guys, bro.
But
yeah, I know.
I understand what you say, Klaus. I understand. But yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you in that point. What I
All right.
think is that I advocate for just like he's just stupid. Look, think about it. Your last names are Gonzalo Martinez, right? So you feel that, and then you're like, do you see yourself in the Pilgrims? You're a Catholic, like you're a Catholic, and your last name is Gonzalo Martinez. Can you see yourself in the Pilgrims?
They'll come back. They'll come back to us, bro. Don't worry about it. I'm telling you, it's got to happen, bro.
What I'm trying to say is that we need to be more militant with our message and more like out there. You know, I advocate for just like calling them like stop sucking Anglo stick, please. You know.
Oh yeah, we're gonna start expanding. We're gonna do more shows. We're gonna grow, homie. This is 2021. We're about to kill it, bro. Do not worry.
Exactly, guys. Real quick, I just wanted to make it clear. Like, because I have to wake up really, really early. I was just wondering if it's cool if, like, after Rancho plays this video, if we could kind of devote the rest of this into kind of like a Q&A question for anyone that wants to know shit about, like, you know, my intimate details.
And so I need you guys, if you aren't asking questions, you're just sitting in the panel, just cycle out.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave right now. I'm gonna still be in the comments, but yeah. All right, peace out, guys.
Thank you. Okay, let me go ahead and play this right now. Let me know if you guys can hear it.
Speaking of fascism and strong female.
Oh, hold on, and pause it. Real quickly. So before Mike Enoch got doxxed, he would basically tell his audience that, like, his wife was, like, I believe, an English major, and that she was extremely, extremely based and red-pilled, and that, like, he used his alpha skills to, like, kind of turn her into a trad woman. Just want to make that very clear before we listen to this. And, you know, the fact that she literally did drag shows before Mike got doxxed. But yes, this is who his wife is in this video he's about to play. This is her writing a poem that all the audience members that you can hear, like, bragging about her, that she wrote this, they all know she's Jewish when this happens. So just want to make that very clear for all of you guys to understand.
Speaking of fascism and strong female leads.
And you guys can hear that, right?
Yeah, it sounds fine.
Okay, cool.
Here is this is going to be our TRS tradition for Christmas. Here's this year's The Night Before Christmas reading. Okay. Featuring...
Yeah.
Am I allowed to even say?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Featuring Mike Enoch's
I just
wife.
Want to say she wrote this and she read it herself.
This is amazing.
She was really proud of it.
I don't believe females can read. Okay,
they can read and write.
A nation of teachers.
My bad.
Check it out. She did a great job.
'Twas a TRS Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even my spouse. The cucks were all prepped for the ovens with care, just waiting for morning to pop 'em in there. A nation of teachers were tucked in their beds, while visions of vibrancy danced in their heads. I, with my reason, and my mom with her cats, had just settled in for our usual spats. When out on the street there arose such a clatter, I rose to the bait to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, resolved with an iron will to go full fash. The moon shone so bright on the white fallen snow, like the glare of the media on objects below, and what to my wondering eyes should appear, 8 Episcopal priests and all of them queer. I'm a seasoned old troller, so lively and quick, I knew in a flash I could rally my hicks. More rapid than eagles, my edgelords they came, to drive out interlopers and call them by name. Out communists, out socialists, left libertarians, out betas, out allies, SJW contrarians, out beaners and dindus and Muslim jihadists. Spare us your Syrian refugee problems. Just fash away all. Like the dry heaves we feel with SJWs nearby, when faced with well-reasoned arguments, they cry. Ad hominem attacks have no effect.
Okay, I gotta stop. Too white and Jewish for me.
I mean, she sounds it, dude. That's so subversive.
It's like a mockery of.
I don't understand this.
It's a mockery of the, I guess, of the white nationalists. That
They're
we
just
need.
racist conservatives, as Billy said.
Like she was talking about.
So
Like,
we have a question here. Oh, go ahead. Because
I just wanted to say I don't have a lot of time left just because I wake up early. So as many questions as we can do, I'll be happy to answer them.
Okay, so we have a question. MM asks, I just want to know why Billy spends his time attacking white working class people instead of the Jewish supremacists. Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, no, we didn't hear you.
Okay. See, that's completely made up bullshit. I don't do that. If anything, throughout most of the time that recently that I spent before I came out as being Hispanic, I was actually being accused of being a Marxist by everybody. That's the thing. These people were like, all you care about is class struggle. Yada, 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 yada. And now you're saying that I'm attacking white working class people? I have never done that. I have family members that are white working class. I have friends dear to me that are white working class. I have tons of Slavic immigrants that I work with, along with Mexicans that are illegal as well. And we're complete bros. We get along fine. Like I actually, out of most of the white people in the US that I get along with the best, it tends to be the more white working class dudes that actually have some masculinity in them and that actually, aren't complete cucks when it comes to everything. So it's like, that's just a straight up lie. I don't know who you are, but you're making shit up and I don't know what to say.
I also
It's a straw man. He's trying to put a straw man.
No, hold on. It's what I see, and this happens to me all the time too, and I get it from the pro blackers and the pro crackers. Okay, it's like these people cannot take criticism. Criticism to them is condemnation, right? This is what's so funny to me about the WigNats. Like, they talk so much shit about black people, but they don't see how they act like black people. Everything that they criticize black people on, they do. Like, if I tell a black person the truth about how blacks are perceived, all of a sudden I'm a racist. If I tell a white person that, all of a sudden I'm anti-white. Like, dude, just take the honest feedback. It's not a condemnation. It's a criticism. And you're free to give it too. And the reality is, when do any of these people fucking pull punches on criticizing Hispanics? We'll criticize ourselves with you. So it's just like, man, you got to stop the fucking sensitivity, dude. If you're being called out for some shit, take it like a man. It's coming from something, you don't have to accept it, but to just assume that, oh, you're racist or you're anti-white, to me, it's just effeminate as fuck. Because grown men should be able to tell the truth to each other, even if it fucking hurts a little bit.
Also, I have a question to you, Bill. I mean, I think we haven't uploaded the video about Marxism, fascism, and tier positionism. I think Rancho haven't uploaded that video, although I've been calling him to do it in 2 weeks.
I know, same.
But I mean, I think we need to be clear here that not everyone here has third positions or fourth position ideals. We are a pretty diverse group, to be honest, but we believe in Hispanidad. And I think this is probably for a longer video, but I think we should probably debate about third positionism and fourth positionism, because I'm against it, right?
Sure, Carlos. Just what's the question?
How you reconcile fourth positionism, right? Which is, I suppose, is Dugin, right? With Hispanidad. And having said that, I recommend you to read this guy. His name is he's a Catalan. His name is Calves, and he had Dunginist tendencies. He believes in the fourth position of political theory and all of that. Fourth position, sorry. And how do you reconcile the two ideas?
Sure. So you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like you're kind of concerned that I kind of label myself as something that was ultimately created by a Russian imperialist. Am I wrong in that categorization?
Yeah. I think for the problem is that I feel like for positionism feels foreign for me. You know what I mean?
Sure,
And do
sure. Now,
I mean,
now let me explain my response to that. So I highly recommend if you haven't listened to it already, but it's called there's a show called El Cholocast, which Zero Schizo himself actually hosts. It's extremely awesome. I love what he does. And he's actually been a guy who's influenced me a lot into helping get out of this. He just didn't know. I never told him. But essentially, there's an episode I linked on my Telegram channel where, and we can link it probably. I can link it to you privately in the chat. But the point is, he interviews Professor Jose Alcina Galvez, which is, I believe he's a university professor from Barcelona. And essentially,
I mentioned him. I read his book.
Yeah. My point is I think something where we don't necessarily have to call it Duganism. Like that's not the main point. But the point is that I do think we should try to look in the past, see what kind of worked, see what the flaws were that led to bad things occurring, and then kind of like adopt, the best things that occurred throughout our societies. And at the same time, push for a sort of Hispano Confederation, or an empire, if you will, that can act as a balancing power in the world that can create a multipolar world so that America isn't just this country that can just tell everyone else what to do. Like, I think we are better off in a situation where like China has a very powerful empire, Russia has one, like South America has one, and then America tends to be like more balkanized. I think that is in a very ideal situation for us if we're looking just forward into the future. That's just my opinion.
I understand that. I understand the idea of the problem. The problem here is that the idea of the empire of Dugin is pretty much influenced by Carl Schmitt and so on and so on. And I think we have our own Spanish authors that we should promote here, in regards to the theory of the empire.
Oh, yeah, dude, absolutely. And dude, but here's the thing, actually, Duganismo has sent me a lot of original content that only exists in Spanish, where it's like,
Duganismo
wasn't the first.
Wait, because people are gonna get confused when you say that. Duganismo is the handle of an Argentinian friend of ours.
And he actually played a very big role in getting me out of white supremacy, which is awesome. And the thing is he has linked me to several authors who, long before Dugan ever came along, were saying basically the exact same things, except making it very fine tailored to pro Hispanidad. So it's like I wouldn't fixate on the word Duganism. It's like, because this concept has existed throughout our people forever. It's just like Duganism is just the most like relevant term that people know now.
I've heard some of the WigNats try to characterize like this whole thing comes out of Duganism. It's like, dude, I've never even fucking read Duganism. So it's like, or Dugan, like I don't know if there's some coincidence, if it coincides with something, cool. I don't care. It's not my problem. I've never read it. I'm not familiar with it. Not that I wouldn't. I just haven't really carved out the time to do it.
But this is not unique to Dugan, is my point. Like there's been tons of Hispanic authors in both Spain and in South America that have been arguing for essentially the same thing forever.
Yeah. Okay. Let me give the floor a little bit here. Incognito, you had a question you wanted to ask? Go ahead, dude.
Yeah, in regards to Hispanizing people, I don't think that's a good idea. Because
Hold on, buddy. You got like 4 echoes going on at the same time. You sound like a robot.
Okay, give me a second.
You sound better now. You sound
fine. So what's your question for me, man?
No, it was in regard to Hispanizing people.
Oh, I mean, no offense. We're just trying to keep this more for me because I got to go soon. That's the thing. Just like questions.
Yeah, go ahead. Continue for me. My question was to the panel in general.
Can we do that like after I leave? No offense.
Does anyone have questions for Billy before he signs off?
A specific question of Billy and Duganism. Billy, do you have any? What would you say is the primary book for someone who's unfamiliar with Dugan to read? Is it For Political Theory? Would you say that's the first book one should read to familiarize themselves with who is Alexander Dugan?
So if you're trying to get a very like the most simplified version of understanding Dugan and what it is that he kind of promotes, no, I would actually not recommend the Fourth Political Theory book. Most people would think that, right? No, actually buy Eurasian Mission. That is actually a much more concise book in understanding in the most simplest terms possible what it is that he's actually pushing for.
And
a lot of it,
and if you're able to give a quick synopsis of what that book is and why they should read it.
I mean, it's basically the most simplest way in order to understand like what Dugin is about, and in a way that doesn't just delve into super like autistic, like philosophical stuff that he often likes to do in other books. Like for the most part, he's just kind of in a very just straight up way, just saying like, hey, this is my goal for Russia, for the ensuing decades that are going to occur past my lifetime. And it's like, it makes a lot of sense, and it makes a lot of sense why you would preferably want a, instead of a unipolar world, which is what we have now, it's basically run by America, a multipolar world where we can just have different empires that can all kind of keep each other at check, so we're not just exploiting each other like crazy. That's all it pretty much is. Duginism, what makes it very popular lately, especially among actual Hispanics in Hispano-America that don't live in the U.S., is that it's very simple to just apply to your own people. That's the sort of thing.
Let me add, I think the reason why Duginism is popular in Latin America is because it reinforces notions we already had.
And Russians aren't that different from us in a lot of ways. People don't get that.
It's confirming that our notions of La Patria Grande, our notions of kind of Vasconcelism, our history of the empire, even things from the left during the Cold War, like the Che Guevaras and the Sandinistas, that it shows us that this stuff, and even the right-wing dictators of Brazil and Peru and all of them, it shows us that all this whole corpus is actually legitimate and valid.
Just think of this. Hold on, real quick, Rancho, real quick. Think of like the concept of just Eurasianism. Like, what is that implication there? When it comes to that phrase, he's acknowledging the fact that Russia is a unique Eurasian country that instead of trying to separate each other based on like racial classifications, he wants them in a lot of ways to embrace something very similar to Hispanidad, but in Russia.
Yeah, it's Russianidad. Dude, this is for sure. Okay. You can say the church got split into two, Rome and Constantinople. The Russians carried the torch for the Church of the East, and it was Spain and the Spanish Empire carried it on the West. Okay. The two civilizations are pretty much a mirror reflection of each other. And they're both based in the same apostolic tradition. So, they both have a civilizational outlook. Russia, if you ask a Tamil or whatever the hundreds of different ethnicities within Russia, if you ask them if they're Russian, they're going to say, yeah, there's no hangups in that. They understand that there's a literal ethnic identity and a civilizational identity. Right? They see themselves as a continuation of Rome, right? We understand the whole Czar thing. And that's the same thing that kind of set up the Spanish Empire. So there's tons of similarities.
In the past, the way you identify yourself, like the pan-Hispanic identity of the Spanish Empire in South America was being Catholic. It wasn't even being like, they recognized, yeah, I'm an Indio. The Spaniards didn't even say that they were Spaniards. They said, yeah, I'm from the Basque country. Yeah, I'm from the Cantabria, that type of stuff. But their main identifier was their religion. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. And yeah, just to keep it going here, just because I don't have a whole lot of time, I just want to get as many questions answered as can before I leave.
Any other questions? Anybody in the audience? Or Zero, I saw that you joined.
Yeah, I have a question for Billy. Billy, so you were saying how like some of like the movements that are supposed to be like the most radical, like white supremacist or white nationalist movements are ran by a lot of times by like Hispanics, right? That are like LARPing as white people. So then I've also seen this with like other groups. For example, like that guy Gypsy Crusader was like Turkish and part Turkish, and then that other guy Catboy Cammy was like Jewish, I think, right? I think I saw his DNA test results. I think that's what it was. I don't know if it was his or gypsies, right? But um yeah, do you did you see a lot of that? Did you see a lot of like people that were like part Jewish or like part like Turkish in these like Wignat circles that you were in?
Um, it's been. I'll say it this way: like most of these people would hide it, but you would hear a lot of like genuine, like situations that occurred in a lot of these movements where it would kind of be like a scandal that you'd hear about, where it's like, oh, this person's actually ended up, he's married to a Jew and he's got kids with them and he considers them white anyway, and it creates a bunch of, like infighting. Yeah, it's just something where like usually it doesn't come out until like a dox or something or a scandal occurs, and then it's like, oh shit, this guy who had all this clout in this white nationalist community, like he's mixed race, like, and then like it just becomes a constant
He's a
theme.
beaner. He's a fucking beaner.
Yeah.
I'm curious by chance, Guillermo, if the relationship you saw with the Wignat community and Hispanics, so I'm using that loosely, was more tied with, let's say, like the southern cone of Latin America as opposed to like Hispanics in the United States. Like, did you see by chance that there were more like Uruguayan or Argentinians that were involved in the group?
No, it was usually.
Or was it like dispersed equally? Like you'd see both across Latin America and here in the United States that they were interested in.
Whenever it would come out that someone was actually like, someone was actually Hispanic, most of the time these were dark dudes. These were mestizos. Like it wasn't even just like the white Hispanics in like the southern cone.
It wasn't Canelo.
No, it wasn't that at all. Like a lot of these people were just straight up like, pretty damn dark. Yeah. Usually like of Mexican ancestry.
So hearing about someone who was a white Hispanic, let's say Uruguayan or Argentinian, was actually rare.
It tended to be a lot more rare. Yeah, those people, for whatever reason, and it's really weird in America the way this works, is like I've seen it a lot where it just seems like the descendants of like places of like Argentina or Uruguay or southern Brazil, they actually tend to be a lot more like just more pro Hispanidad from what I've seen personally, compared to like sadly a bunch, like usually these people end up being mestizos that get discovered. That's what's crazy. And it's just, yeah.
So
that's how I would say it. Wait,
Hello?
Zero?
Yes. Is it coming through?
Yeah, I hear you, bud.
I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Fine. Yes, what I wanted to mention is regarding this what you were talking about, these more white Hispanics that tend to align with these more white nationalist groups in South America. I believe the ones that make this kind of explicit white identity kind of stuff are the ones from Chile and Argentina. It's Fuerza Nacional Identitaria, which translates to National Identitarian Force or something like that. But what they talk about, what they mean with identitarian is white identitarian, which is basically American Renaissance. You see these guys that are extremely tied up with these with these groups that are more like conservative leaning in some ways, like countercurrents. Countercurrents, American Renaissance, all this kind of stuff. And that's why you are also seeing now some Argentinians talking to, for example, this guy, the Golden One. And I mean, I don't hate the guy or anything. I quite like the idea of training like outside and all this kind of stuff. Right now with the pandemic and all that.
That's homo paganism. Okay, let's not.
All right. Just Zero.
No. I'm not into the Nordic paganism kind of stuff. It's not my thing. But there are a few things that I believe that most of us agree like training, going to train outside with your buddies. I believe that's a good thing in
And
general.
naked with oil, and that's very
I used to do that shit when I was in with the fascist movement down here. So that's what I wanted to say. The groups that are more inclined to collaborate with the American white nationalists are usually these more Chilean groups that try to self-identify as white and are more tied to these groups instead of TRS and all these other groups.
I
Sure,
mean,
I'm talking more
what's
like in a
interesting,
the Chileans are
Yeah, you often see these, and on 4chan, these picturesque circulating of like these. They would do like these meetups in many cities of the United States of alt-right people, and a lot of them were just like brown-skinned Latin American mestizos. I found that to be kind of funny.
as you can see, Sarah just highlight another example of Chilean Kainism. I don't know if that's a correct word. I'm just translating the word Kainismo. Chileans are very famous for doing that. Am I right, Schizo?
Yeah.
Yes, I believe I also shared an article regarding that. One of these guys that was the link between the Chileans and the American Renaissance, and his DNA test came up like he was 13% Mediterranean Arabic or something like that, and he was asking, am I white enough for you? And it's like, no, dude, fuck that shit. I'm not. I'm not asking.
So pathetic. That's
If
extremely.
I'm not mistaken, when I went to Chile, I went to Santiago, and there's in the town square in the capital, there's a statue of Nicolás Polanco, and he has an interesting history and writings about Chileans and their ethnic composition. But a comment about that, for instance, my time in Chile, what I noticed is that when I meet fair-skinned Chileans, is that they would ask me, you're originally from I'm from the Dominican Republic, and they're asking me why am I fair-skinned, and I would say, well, I have recent ancestry from Spain, and they were from this part of Spain. They were like, oh, cool, but I never got the impression that it was something sinister. It was this Hispanidad. It's like, oh, it's cool that our ancestors traveled to different parts of Hispanoamerica and created this mestizaje.
Yeah, but what I wanted to highlight was that these groups are like extremely fringe, extremely minoritarian. It's not like 1/3 of the Chilean people thinks this and is into this group or something like that. It's just wanted to mention that this do happens, but again, it's a very small fraction.
No, I agree.
What I've noticed,
I just want to say,
here
guys,
in Mexico,
real quick. I don't have a lot of time left. I just want to make sure, like, any questions that are there get answered. Just you guys can continue after I'm done.
Any more questions, anybody? We're good to wrap this up pretty soon. But go ahead, ask your question, Alcario.
Hey, Billy, I was going to ask you, was there like a common theme between these Prietos turning into, Wignats? Like, did they have a common theme? Like, for us, former Wignats, there's a common theme. What was it for these guys? They'd have to look in the mirror and see that they're clearly, not white.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a lot of mental gymnastics. I mean, I think a lot of it, there's a million copes for these people, but I think essentially a lot of it just boils down to they want a place to fit in online. And when they look at what all the mainstream, Hispanic or Latino, sort of, I guess, vaguely identitarian groups that exist online and in IRL, these tend to be very controlled people that are just full on embracing pause and sucking up to blacks and to white Anglos and white Jews as much as they can. So I think a lot of them just only turn to these sorts of groups because they haven't seen alternatives like us, if that makes sense.
Okay, basically just loneliness. And yeah.
So what I've noticed here in Mexico, well, at least with the online community, the fascists or the third positionists, right? These guys, they're like more self-aware that they're actually like prietos. They know that they're mestizos or mulattoes or casi or whatever, right? But they know, and they kind of like embrace their like indigenous side, and there a lot of them are like even like esoteric. I would say a lot. At least that's what I see. With the third position is the community online as far as like Mexico goes.
Real quick before you go, Billy, one last question here. Zoomer Imperator says, I could just watch the stream from the beginning, which he will, but can you briefly summarize your process of exiting WigNatism? How did you exit WigNatism step by step?
Okay, I'll answer that, but Rancho, I want you to answer this one real quickly that I found in the chat here. It says, question for Billy, how Indian does he look? Can you please tell them, Rancho?
Oh yeah. I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, I would say Billy's gonna go between a 7 and an 8, even depending on the time of year. Like, you cannot run away from. And this guy, I believe you're like what, 75% European.
That's what my test says. Yeah,
the gap between genotype and phenotype. But I mean, I'm really good at discerning people from Latin America, different regions, and Billy definitely has the Andean touches. He doesn't look like a full Peruvian, Incan, but you could see the touches of the Andean in his phenotype, and he's darker than me, you know. So yeah, he's more on the. I would say he's more on the Indio side. I promise. I wouldn't lie to you guys. I'm being straight up.
No, my question was, what was that beforehand? That before I asked you that they were asking?
The question was, how did you exit WigNatism?
Yeah, so how did I exit it? That's a good question. So this happened very, very recently. So I basically at some point, like I think like around a month or two ago, all of like the main people I was talking to, I was just like, hey, like, you know, I just got to be honest here. Like, you know, the reason I've been posting Hispanic shit like nonstop for around a year is because like this is just something that I need to embrace. Like, I'm a mestizo, and like that's just how it is. And what was annoying is that they'd be like, dude, like stop lying. Like, we know you're like pulling this bullshit. And I would like, you know, send them pictures of like my arm and shit, and they'd be like, oh, like that's not like that dark. And I'm like, dude, come on. Like, just accept that I'm mestizo already, and let's just like move on. But like a lot of these people just do not want to accept that like maybe I'm not white. It's crazy.
But perhaps by chance, Guillermo didn't accept you because the way you articulate yourself and your inflection, you don't sound like typical quote unquote Hispanic. You think that played a big part in it?
He didn't.
Oh, I'm sure.
He didn't grow up like in New York or LA. That's why I think we're a bit, or Texas. That's why I think we're a bit taken off by his accent. He's from like Wisconsin, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's like there aren't that many Hispanos over there.
And when you say Wisconsin, it's not Milwaukee. That's a whole different.
I mean, it's not that far from Milwaukee, but like, yeah, it's not in Milwaukee.
MM is really on your case, dog. He said that you LARPed as a WigNat and now you're bitter because you were never accepted.
Okay, but
I don't know why he thinks you're bitter. I don't see the bitterness.
Here's the thing. I've made this clear. This is the time more than any other time in history where like people like me actually get accepted into this thing more. It's not because I'm bitter about not being accepted. It's like, no, I actually got in a huge argument with Mr. Matthew Parrott because half of the people in his stupid like Telegram chat are straight up mestizos and mulattoes, and he like incorporates them into his thing, and this is becoming common all over the place. Like, this would literally be the golden age for someone like me to start being a white nationalist, if you know, and like even be involved in those spheres.
But it's like they were handing out loans in 2007. Everyone could get a mortgage, and now anyone can get a white card.
It's like, and now it's just like, guess what? I know enough of my own history at this point. It's like, I don't want that white nationalist card. I'm done with that shit. It's stupid. It's not for me.
The price for white identity has lost a lot of value in the marketplace, and you know, the price is just tanked.
For me,
nobody wants it anymore.
Pardon me.
Go ahead.
For me, it's just whatever. Like, he didn't kill anybody. He just had a different opinion of a different perspective. He, you know, like, and now he's coming back to his roots, to his traditions.
And here's the thing: for like over a year since before I came out, like most of these white nationalists were just straight up calling me a communist, just so you all know. Like, I was not like this fucking, like, I don't know, like just a racist conservative. Like, I was constantly being called a communist by these people, even though I was just a third positionist.
My issue with the alt-right and the WigNats are that they idolatrate, they put the race as an idol over the culture or the tradition. That's the problem. But there's nothing wrong with having judgment. That's just human nature, to judge and to recognize that some cultures are and some groups of people are inferior to others. That's just reality.
Billy.
Yeah.
Hey, you might have mentioned this earlier. I don't know, but so did you just like completely reject your Hispanidad before, like, you know, when you were a WigNat, or how did you embrace that part of yourself, the Hispano part?
Basically, I mean, I looked at my DNA test. I saw 75% European, and you know, I just kind of viewed I viewed the Indian ancestry as just something that's like, oh, like that's unfortunate, but it's just like I would just overemphasize, I guess, the Spanish heritage, and you know, that was wrong of me to do. And people like Duganismo have actually like showed me a lot of sources in which I can like study more about like my actual Muisca Indian ancestors, and like I feel a lot better as a person.
Muisca.
Yeah, Muisca. I feel a lot better as a person now that I actually have a way better understanding of both not only the Muisca people, but also the Spanish Empire and how it actually played out. Like, learning the history was crucial to, you know, rejecting this black legend bullshit that made me actually turn to white nationalism.
So then you just kind of saw, you know, Spain and the Spanish. I guess you didn't really acknowledge the Spanish Empire.
You're just the pure native, and you're just basically down the line mestizo, native and Spanish.
Yeah, I guess he's technically Castizo.
Technically, but it's like, I don't phenotypically look like that, though.
So you
Billy, would you say that you were ethno-masochistic?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would I say I was ethno-masochistic?
Yeah, when because you kind of like, not only did you reject like your indigenous side, but you kind of like, did you ever like kind of bash it or like bash yourself for it?
That's a good question. So I don't think I like straight up would just bash myself for that, but it was just something that was just kind of like I didn't like to talk about. It's just like it just felt like this stain on my soul and in my genotype that like I would hope that I was hoping to just kind of like just breed out through future generations. That's how I saw it. I'm just being honest here.
So you felt shame about your native DNA?
Yes. Yeah, I did. Because I viewed the Indians as these helpless people that didn't have any agency, any civilization, and they just got raped by the Spaniards. That's why I hate the shit that people like Radical Latino push out, because it does create this situation where they like get turned off by what Radical Latino says, and then they just become white nationalists. Like it's bad.
Can you see how similar that kind of like way of thinking is to the way of thinking that Andy has? Could you kind of like make that that connection?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. What's sad is like if Andy were around in 2014, I would have probably thought he was awesome and would have shared his stuff all the time. But I totally get kind of the mindset that he sort of had, where it's just like, for the most part. Now, here's the thing. He was like half black, and he was like really disliking black people. I primarily, like, as much as because I had most of my dislike generally for white liberals, for Jews, and for Black Americans. While I was kind of nominally like kind of ashamed of my Indian ancestry, it wasn't like I was ranting about like how subhumans were on the internet. Like it was just generally not something I would really focus on. I was just hyper focused on the Jews and on the blacks. That's just how I was.
So was your view on Spain kind of like just another ethnic country in Spain, nothing more, just white nonetheless, I assume?
Well, I've actually been to Spain.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was really nice. I was in Seville, and I definitely did not view them the way, because before I was in Seville, I actually was in Italy before that, Poland before that, and Finland before that. And it's like, when you've been to Finland and you see like this country, like, yeah, I was in Helsinki. I saw an entire, like, you would like cross the street and you would just see just nothing but like super tall, like very blonde people. Like, imagine a city full of that and you have Helsinki. And it's like, when I went from there to Spain, I could tell like these were definitely different sorts of people. You know what I mean? But it's like at the same time, when I was in Spain and Italy, I actually felt very much more at home there than I did in the northern and eastern European countries that I visited. Like, I felt like the Italians in the town that I was at, and the people in Seville, like, they were extremely nice to me, and it just felt like very, in a way, almost like I was kind of like visiting like one of my parents' homes in like a spiritual way.
By chance, Billy, I'm curious, when you were going through the WigNat phase, by chance, did you visit Colombia? And if you did, what were your thoughts on the different groups in Colombia?
So I wasn't a WigNat while I was like visiting Colombia, pretty much. Like, I was kind of like more like apolitical in that sort of aspect. You know what I mean?
And went back to being Hispanic when you were in Colombia?
Sorry, say it again.
Did you turn off WigNatism and went back to being Hispanic in Colombia?
Well, I've never been to Colombia since I've stopped being a WigNat.
Oh, I see. So this is younger. You were younger.
Yes, I was a lot younger.
So as far as today, and your realizations that you have today, what are your thoughts on the mestizaje of Colombia? If that makes sense.
Sure. In terms of what exactly?
Like, so like the racial component of Colombia. I'm sure today you don't have any hangups as you would have before on the racial aspect. You come to accept the mestizaje of Colombia, and different parts of Colombia have different mestizaje, etc.
Yeah, so let me explain this. So my family that comes from Colombia, they come from it comes from a very diverse parts of Colombia. So I have, on my mother's side, someone who is primarily from Bogota, Medellin, and then on my father's side, it's mostly Cali, which is a costeño part of Colombia. And I've been to all of these different parts, in terms of like Bogota, Medellin, Cali, Cartagena. And it's like, I really like the unique sort of like mestizaje that you see in all of these different parts. Fortunately, yeah. I've never visited Choco. I don't really know what to think of it, but it's just like, I'm sure it's fine, I've just never been there. But yeah, I think it's really cool that you can go to different parts of Colombia and you can like see a very unique mix of people depending on which region you go. And it's like, these sorts of people that attack us a lot of times, they claim that like, oh, we just want to mix everybody in Latin America up. It's like, no, I like the natural diversity that exists in all these countries. And, obviously I'm not going to support a sort of mass immigration that's going to, destroy what's been set up over like centuries here. I think it's beautiful that you go to different parts of Latin America and see like the different phenotypes.
And it'll be fair to say perhaps after finding out your DNA ancestry results, it would be fair to say that you would acknowledge like, hey, I have relatives that show this indigenous side more than vice versa, etc. Like that makes sense to you today.
Of course. Although what is kind of funny though is like the vast majority of my relatives are like way more European, both like percentage wise, like genotype wise and phenotypically wise. Like I am like the negro of my family.
Wow, that's interesting. Yeah. And thank you for answering my questions.
Yeah, for sure, man.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, what's up?
Pablo said,
so,
wait.
I'm sorry.
Let me just read off the statement. I'll let you ask. Pablo from Peru, I believe, he said, I understand Guillermo actually. If you only feed your brain growing up on the Anglo version of history, the only conclusion is that your indigenous and Hispanic culture is inferior. Good point. Okay, go ahead. Ask your questions.
So this was like actually like my first like DM with like Noel. We talked about this, but I would like to ask you this. So like I know we like to
Oh wait,
distance
wait.
ourselves.
This is our token Filipino, by the way, audience. We have a Go ahead, Doug.
So I know we like to distance ourselves from like the concept of like quote unquote white, but do you think there's like a level of like Eurocentrism like within like the concept of mestizaje because like it glorifies the Spanish Empire and like Hispanicization? So that's just a question of mine. I'm not arguing anything. I just want to see your opinion.
So do you think there's a glorification of what exactly, precisely?
Of the Spanish Empire and Hispanicization. So you think that leads to some levels of like Eurocentrism?
Okay, here's how I would answer this question. I think there's a lot of historical evidence that shows in most of these countries that were, colonized by Spain. I think a lot of people don't understand that the very traditional societies that Indians came from, like merge in a very unique blend with the very strong Catholic Spanish culture and traditions that they brought along with them, and it created a very unique syncretic blend, if you will. So I would say like most people in these countries aren't just like saying, oh, Spain is like like better, or like they're the only people that had an influence on our identity. Like really, you had a very unique synergy between all of these Indian tribes and the people that married Spanish people and created mestizos to this day. Does that make sense to you?
But would it be fair to say that like while cultural exchange did happen, it was still skewed in favor of Spain? Like Spanish is spoken way more than any native indigenous language, like in Mexico or Colombia. Like Spanish is spoken like by the dominant majority of the population, while indigenous languages are not that spoken. So would you like say it's fair to say that cultural exchange was like heavily skewed towards Spain?
I mean, yeah. I mean, when it comes to like things like language, like yeah, it makes a lot more sense why if you're going to unify this empire, you need to have, at the very least, you need to have a primary language of Spanish, while also having common sense policies in place that allow for people that are more attached to their Indian roots to be able to speak their languages and well. And I actually have Mexican coworkers from places like Oaxaca, Mexico, who Oaxaca, my bad.
Like a W, Oaxaca.
Yeah, Oaxaca.
There you go.
I have coworkers that that are straight from there, where it's like one of the guys I know, he literally did not even learn Spanish till he was like 9, and then like for the most part he spoke like I think I forget, a Zapoteca language. I forget. It doesn't really matter. But the point is like Spain has a tradition of with these heavily. New Spain has always had this thing where like they gave a lot of like local autonomy to these rural like Spanish or rural like Indian villages, as long as they sort of adhered to Catholic traditional norms and paid tribute that they needed to the king, if I'm not mistaken.
Paraguay is a great example.
I just wanted to say that let's not forget the kind of mixing between native cultures and Spanish Catholicism.
Yeah, I mean the mixture went both ways. Even Spain was affected. I mean, you think there's not Spaniards walking around with Indian DNA in them? You think Indians didn't go back, or mestizos didn't go back to Spain too? I mean, the music as well. Flamenco isn't just from the gypsies; it also comes from the Americas. So the culture exchange worked both ways.
Anyway, so like I'm seeing in the chat, somebody says that Spain isn't Europe. Like we talked about a lot about this in the Discord, but like, what's your like general take on why like Spain isn't European? Because I still see Spain as like a Western country, and like I realize like the term West fluctuates a lot, but I think in like the current and like modern conceptualization of like what the West and what the Europe is, Spain fits that definition. So I just want to see like what's your thoughts on that, because it's someone said it on the chat.
Post-Franco Spain is actually very modern, and it's like the Sweden, but from the Mediterranean. I completely agree to that, but we are talking of the previous Spain, Spain from before. That's mainly what we are talking about.
Yeah, and just so everybody knows, I think I only got like 5-ish minutes left, so any speed questions you guys want to do, feel free.
Yeah, fire round. Anybody? I don't know. I don't see anything in the chat. I don't know if you guys have any more questions on the panel. Feel free. Go ahead. Not so spooky Asianisms.
Well, so that was just my main question, because like even during the Spanish Empire, I think the definition of the West in the sense meant like Catholic or Protestant. So like even if you read like Huntington's book, he defines like Western civilization as being Catholic and Protestant Europe. So I want to see what's your response to that.
Yeah, but I think you're making a huge mistake by clumping that together, because from Protestantism came out all the, and I take more of an Orthodox position. This might piss off some of the Roman Catholic buddies of mine, but I think the Reformation came out of Roman Catholicism for a reason. So we'll dig into the theology.
Well,
And
not only that, but just look at what, like, for example, Spanish intellectuals during the Empire and what British intellectuals during the Empire had to say about each other's society. They weren't blowing each other. They were like completely at odds because they came from very, very, very different world viewpoints.
yeah, I think it's a mistake to clump those two together. I think if you were speaking to Hernan Cortez, or what was it, El Viejo's name, the guy who went to the Philippines and conquered the Philippines. What was his name?
Magellan?
No, not
Oh,
Magellan.
Magellan was Port Legazpi.
Legazpi, exactly. If you went to them, if you went to Philip, Philip II, and you said, your civilization is the same as the Protestants in England and in Scandinavia and in Germany, I think you would probably really infuriate them for you to clump them together. I think they would look at you in a very angry way, because
Yeah, I see.
they rejected that they're something different, and that's how history developed. I mean,
It seems I think it kind of sounds like they embrace the differences in their societies, right? And what made their society different, right? They kind of like owned it.
well, they would have identified as a Catholic. Like, they didn't have a concept of race. If you asked them what they were, they would have said Catholic. They didn't say European. They wouldn't have said Western. They wouldn't have said Western Rome. They would have said Catholic.
Look up Conquistador memoirs, dude. They weren't talking about the European race. Like, none of that shit popped in their head.
or even Europe. They would have identified as Catholic. And so, the Protestant Reformation, again, led to the Enlightenment, and it led to everything else that's come out of that. These things come in sequence from each other. So I think if you want to clump them together, I think you're being historically provincial.
It would have probably been more so by their, if not directly Catholic, then it would probably been by their lineage, their family name, and their bloodline roots.
Yeah. Any last questions? Just because I really got to go really soon.
Yeah, we can wrap it up here. I mean, just to touch on that last point, if you talk to, in the classic world, or even, early Christian Europe or Christendom before, the North was, before even Germany was Christianized, and, very, very early on, Europe to them would have been the Mediterranean, right? It wouldn't have been Northern Europe. It would have been the Mediterranean region. It would have been Northern Africa. It would have been the Levant. That would have been Europe to them at that time. It wouldn't have been Norway and Sweden. You know what I mean? So even the whole concept of Europe as we know it today is really a product of Napoleon. So again, I think if you want to apply that label to the civilization which birthed us, and I'm saying us because you're Filipino and you guys kind of left the civilization, and we understand the history of the Philippines. But again, what birthed us is before these ideas, before these concepts, before these labels. So I think you're being historically provincial, trying to lump all that together.
I have a question for Rancho.
Dale.
Where did the term, the label Latino originate from? Because I think here we like to identify more with the label Hispanic.
It's Napoleon, right?
Yeah, it really came from Napoleon, but really it came from the French positivist tradition that kind of took root in Mexico, including other places. So like during Porfirio Diaz's days, it's kind of really where it flourished. But originally it comes from Napoleon, right? He was trying to kind of unite.
I have a question for Billy. Billy, what advice would you give to like mestizo pygmies that are inside of like Wignat circles, mestizo or mulatto, like Andy, like
Yeah, were you gonna add more?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Oh, okay, good. Okay.
Yo, one quick question.
So,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, I'll answer that, and then we'll answer clauses, and then I'm gonna tap out
No,
here.
yeah, me too. Go ahead.
But yeah, here's what I would say. So, advice to them, I would say, look, if you're so confident in your beliefs, like, come on, talk to someone who's been around the block, and I'm going to obliterate your entire worldview. But what I would say is, like, look, these people ultimately, at the very best, just view you as a tool in order to just keep their grifting operations going. Like, there is nothing in it for you. They openly view you as someone that is just not equal to you. And no matter what they say, they're never going to be like on board with you marrying their daughter. And that should really tell you everything you need to know about these sorts of people. So it's just like, if you're one of these mestizo pick-me's listening, it's like, you know how to hit us up, talk to us. Like, I'll debate any of you guys. Like, trust me, I know everything about this ideology that you were in long before you ever did it, and I can debunk it in 2 seconds. It's super easy.
Okay,
Wait,
go ahead, Klaus.
All right, cool. Yo, Billy, you down for like a Colombia trip? I think I'm gonna go to Colombia like in December, and if not, see, let's get it next year summer. I don't know if you want to like, you can all practice your Spanish, you know, get back to your roots type shit. We can visit Checho, we can like visit Julian, all my niggas type shit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure just how much money I'm going to have and what's going to be the situation with like COVID and all that shit. But like, yeah, I mean, I would definitely consider I'll call up my uncle and we'll get some armed security. And yeah, no, I'm serious.
Let's do that old school. No, let's do some old school shit, nigga. Let's go to Bedro Antioquia. No security. Let's do OG shit. How I do it, nigga. That is gay shit.
I got guns down there too in Santa Marta. We can pick those up, and we can pick up a 4x4, and we'll be good.
Ass, nigga.
You know,
I'll talk about it offline, but I can give you guys the general, like, you know, good way to travel without having to be worried about like dying. That's all I'm gonna say.
No, I don't want to.
I extend an invitation to all of y'all to come to Dominican Republic. If any. Que quiere para Dominicana y vamos para Haití.
We need to go show those what's up. We need to let them know.
Zero.
Okay, Billy, if you want to sign off, don't get stuck, dude. If you want to sign off, bro, we'll probably be here another 5-10 minutes. But go ahead.
All right, yeah. I'm just gonna say, yeah, thanks guys for this interview. It's been needed for a long time, but yeah, thanks for everything that you guys have done to help me like grow as a person in this past several months. And yeah, I'm going to keep learning Spanish. I'm going to keep learning about our history. And, I hope to be able to help other people out that are also trying to rediscover their roots. So you guys have a wonderful night. Thanks so much, guys.
God bless.
Thank you. It's been an honor.
I got sounds, my niggas. Okay. Tom, did you have a question, bro?
I was about to ask him since Billy said he could like debunk Wignats. I wanted to see what his thoughts were on like the race realism stuff, but he's gone. So
okay,
like
that's a good question.
The race and IQ people, because like you see a lot of people on like Politigram like posting statistics about that. So I just wanted to see what he thought of that.
I can actually answer that to you. It's real simple. I mean, if you are so big brained, why the fuck are you not in the government? I mean, it's really simple. It's really simple.
How did you lose control over your societies?
Pardon me. When it comes to race and IQ and classism, I guess, disparity, to me, these are things that are always going to exist. So, in reality, I have to humble myself before that and try to live as true as I possibly can, as fulfilled as I possibly can. I can't just put the weight of that reality on my back. That's just something that's just human nature,
Yeah.
By the way, each time I am asked about this, because I am somewhat intelligent and I observe things. When I have always been asked about the IQ stuff, what's my IQ? I don't know my IQ actually, but I always reply two things: either my IQ is negative, So I mean, what you want to do with that? And then the other one is that my IQ is something like 10 or something like that because I took the exam drunk and I am not interested in taking that again.
Well, the proper way to take an IQ test would be to take you would need like doctors and psychologists to administer the test and to give you a psychological evaluation. I've had that done on me, and that's the only way to get a proper IQ test.
Parenthesis, psychology, parenthesis.
Yeah.
Big pharma. That just sounds like big pharma, dude.
Yeah. Anyways, you guys, unless you guys have any final thoughts here, I'm ready to sign this off.
Yes, I do want to clarify a little bit something. Because I began by talking to the Wignats and all this kind of stuff much before than everyone else was doing. First of all, there are like three things going on down here that were within interpositionism, which is mainly the first of all the Germanophilia. Like most of these self-position groups, like the Sinarquistas from Mexico or the groups from Argentina or Chile that are not within Peronism are mostly Germanophiles because of the Nazi Germany, the Third Reich. Because of that, they are mostly Germanophiles. And the second thing is that I don't know how, but most of these, instead of continuing looking into Europe, there were many interesting authors and very intelligent people over there, like Jean Thiriart, like Giorgio Freda, like Claudio Muti, all what's this other Ramon Bau, all of these other guys that are very interesting. If they are not either mentioned or studied by the third positionist movements, then they are just skipped for the American authors like George Lincoln Rowell, was the other guy, William Luther Pierce, even this guy, what's the name of the guy? The guy that did the 1488, David Lane. Yeah. So this other thing that it's funny that happens in these third position fascist groups is because of an extinct forum which was called the Iron March Forum. But there were a lot of very wacky things regarding that. I don't want to get really deep into that lore, perhaps another time. But anyhow, so that's two things. There is a Germanophilia, and the next thing is that due to this being the only outlet that had these people and allowed these movements, to communicate with one another, there was this kind of like quote unquote continuation of third positionism in North America. But due to that, I have been studying all this kind of stuff. I can say that no, that's it's like these guys were another thing. They were different. But with that being said, there are perhaps a couple of positive things with the North American experience. For example, like I like William Pierce geopolitics, which are similar to Francis Parker Jockey. I agree to that. Regarding Rowell, I like the critique of the conservatives. I agree that I completely agree with that, and I can say that we can translate, not like translate his words, but like the criticism itself. We can make a criticism for conservatives here, and also have something like something similar to what he said. I believe that's possible, and that's the only value that I can see that. Now regarding David Lane, no, I don't see anything positive with that guy. Just saying, my people must exist. Yeah, okay, we can also say that, but it's not like he invented something something new or interesting. Yeah, those are the two things. The first I wanted to clarify regarding the fascist groups and the oppositionist groups down here, and the last thing regarding why I was talking to WigNats and all this kind of stuff is because there is like this big disinformation going on, like if we have never done, we have never created anything regarding regarding fascism, regarding third positionism. But that's just wrong, because that's just because these people don't have the things translated over there. So I took it upon myself to talk to a few of these talking heads, mainly TRS, like people with it, like Eric Stryker, or a few others that I managed to talk with during these years, and to explain the different things, the different possibilities that are over here, because I don't know if they could take down their own government. I don't think that's even possible. Even though we that don't have the faith in that. So, but at least serve as a distraction or something like that, to give us air down here. To give us time to build up something for us down here. That was the main. That could be the main 3 or 4 goals regarding me talking to these people in general. Also, there are like very complicated issues with this big business, big international businesses that are hosted in North America, and many of these are like we have seen the Banana Republic chapter, for example. So I mean, it's very important to talk about that, but they are already talking about that, and I already have a publication going on that translates a very, very interesting stuff. Like, for example, they have never heard that that Che Guevara had a letter talking about the coup against Peron, or Peron talking about the death of Che Guevara, stuff like that. That's the stuff that I have been the only one that has translated that, and now I am also doing other stuff. And yes, regarding for political theory, I agree that's the future for us, because it embodies a lot of things that we have already been discussing, which is like we have a civilizational identity, we have a big space where we live in, which would be the Patria Grande. We also have this very anti-Americanism, anti-modernism, and trying to also care about the people. One of the most important things about for political theory is that the people are the ones that are the recipients, the recipients of the soul of the nation, of the soul of the civilization. They are as Dugin call it, the Dasein, the possibility. So that's what I wanted to clarify.
Nice. Okay, man. We're definitely gonna have you back to do an episode on fourth political theory. Maybe we can get Leon también from Puerto Rico to join us for that. We'll work on it. Let's just sign off now. I'm gonna sign off with a quick prayer. Okay, en el nombre del Padre, el Hijo, el Espíritu Santo. I'm gonna say it in English. You guys gotta mute. Okay. Thou art the fullness of all good things, O my Christ. Fill my soul with joy and gladness and save me, for thou alone art plenteous in mercy. Amen. And with that, we're going to sign off. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, participating on the panel. Thanks to Bill for sharing about his journey. And God bless you guys. Talk to you soon. Peace.
Peace, guys.